On. Before we begin our meetings today, we will conduct a swearing-in ceremony for our newly appointed regents and student regent. Most of you are already acquainted with our three new regents since they all attended our last board meeting in an unofficial capacity. However, I would like to introduce our three new regents again for anyone who may not have been in attendance at the May 13th board meeting. First, we have Ms. Cecilia Acosta. Ms. Acosta is a West Texas native and a 1989 Texas Tech University Political Science graduate. She is the president and CEO of Carcon Industries and founder and CEO of Southwestern Testing Laboratories Engineers. Ms. Acosta serves on various boards and also served as a member of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board from 2016 to 2019. Next, we have Mr. Cody Campbell from Fort Worth, Texas. Cody is another native Texan who grew up in Canyon and graduated with honors from Texas Tech with 2 degrees, a bachelor's degree in finance and economics and a master's in finance. While a student at Tech, Mr. Campbell also was a student athlete, 4-year letter winner on the offensive line of the Texas Tech football team from 2001 to 2004. Mr. Campbell is currently the co-founder and co-CEO of Double Eagle Energy Holdings and Double Eagle Development, Fort Worth. Our third new regent is Mr. Pat Gordon, who is from El Paso. Mr. Gordon is another Texas Tech University alumnus. He earned 2 degrees from Texas Tech, a master's in business from the College of Business Administration and a JD from the School of Law. Mr. Gordon is the president of Gordon, Davis, Johnson, and Shane in El Paso. He's a partner and attorney of practice and has served on and continues to serve on various boards. And in addition to our 3 new regents, we also have a new student regent, Ms. Keegan Holt, who has been appointed to serve as our student regent from June 1 of 2021 to May 31 of 2022, for 1 year. Keegan is a student from Angelo State University who is pursuing her Bachelor of Science degree in Health Science Professions with a specialization in physical therapy, allied health. Keegan's hometown is in Seguin, and throughout her high school years, she earned numerous awards and accolades for her outstanding academic and extracurricular work. Throughout her college days, Keegan has continued that trend of hard working and receiving recognition and honors for her accomplishments. Congratulations to all the new regents and the student regent appointees. We're glad that you have joined us on the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University system. And now we will conduct the ceremonial swearing-in ceremony, and Vice Chairman Griffin will administer the oath of office. Mr. Griffin. If you would, please gather in front of the dais.
We want to know that Keegan's grandmother and I, her name is Pam, went to high school together. She's held up a little better than
I don't want to hide you back there. Go ahead and step in front. This camera's big enough we can see you. Just a little bit. Go to meet everybody in the front of you. Okay. I'm ready. Yes.
Before we start, while this is ceremonial in nature, I want you to make sure that you appreciate the words that you're speaking. You're taking an oath. You're making a promise, not only to those who are involved and represent the university and the institution and the system, but to those who are interested and have a deep affection for this institution. You're also making a promise and a covenant to your colleagues that sit on this board together. And most importantly, you're making a promise to me. It's a wonderful ceremony. I hope it starts a meaningful conversation and relationship. Y'all are destined, individually as well as us together, to do great things in this institution. Will you raise your right hand and repeat after me? In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas.
I, please state your name,
I, please state your name.
do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office of
the duties of the office of
the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University system,
the Board of Regents Regents of the Texas Tech University System
of the State of Texas,
of the State of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States and of this state.
of the United States and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
So we're official.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Griffin. And again, congratulations to our new Regent appointees. We would be pleased to hear from you if you would like to make any remarks at this time. I know some of your family members are present, so please introduce them to us if you would. Ms. Acosta?
Good morning, everyone. It's such an honor for me to join the ranks of my colleagues here in the very special honor to serve as a Board of Regent for the Texas Tech University System. I'm so pleased to be able to get to know all of you, and I congratulate you, our leadership here, that continuously works hard and strives hard for success and the best achievement that we can for the university system. So please count on my personal commitment to be a part of every one of your teams to make sure that we continue on this trajectory of success. Thank you all.
Mr. Campbell?
Very, very proud to be here, and it's a great honor to me. My mom and dad are here with me today. They both went to Tech, and we have family history that goes back 4 generations at Tech. And so, having the opportunity to help here and make a difference in a positive way is just a great honor, and I'll definitely give my best efforts to to help out and work out in any way that I can, and look forward to working with all of you. It's been a pleasure to get to know those of you that I didn't know already. We have a good group, and I think we're going to be able to get a lot of things done. So thank you very much. Happy to be here.
Mr. Corden?
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor and a privilege to be here today and to serve as a regent for the Texas Tech University System. I'm a Tech grad, and I look forward. It's been great to be back here and see everything that's happened since I graduated. It's kind of an amazing what's gone on here. I really would like to thank and appreciate everyone with the Texas Tech University System and the various university presidents for helping get me up to speed. We just were appointed not too long ago, so it's been a great learning process. I look forward to working with everyone on the Regents here, and I will commit to do what I can do to help make this institution better and the Texas Tech University System and its various universities grow to another level. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Holt?
Thank you, Chairman Lewis. I would like to begin by thanking everybody for being here today. Thank you to Governor Abbott and his staff for appointing me to this position. It means a lot, and I am very excited to serve my fellow students of the system. Thank you, Chancellor Mitchell, Keno, and Christina for welcoming me with open arms and helping me start my role here as the student regent, and also former regents who have helped me through the process. Thank you to the campus presidents who have spent time with me, getting to know me, letting me get to know you and your campus as well. I really appreciate the time that we've spent together before I've even stepped foot here in this meeting space. The Regents, I look forward to working with you all as well this upcoming year, so thank you for everything that you've done so far and that you will continue to do. I've also gotten to meet with some of the SGA presidents, so I thank them for their guidance as well through their students, because they are working firsthand with everybody on their campus. Angela State and the Ram family, and of course President Hawkins for believing in me and just really pushing me to be my best self. I cannot do this without the Ram fam. And as I said on my tour at Tech yesterday, you can't speak on the behalf of the family that the Texas Tech University System gives to everybody. I also want to thank my family and friends. My family is here today. My dad, John, my sister, Camden, my mom, Christy, my grandma, grandpa, and Aunt Beverly. My grandma, mom, and aunt were all raised here in Lubbock, so I joke with them that I got here as fast as I could. But I wouldn't be here without them. They've raised me to be the strong person I am today, so thank y'all. And thank y'all for this opportunity to serve and lead my fellow students. So I look forward to the year.
Again, thank all of you for your willingness to serve on the board. It's much appreciated. And as a brief reminder, this meeting is live streamed, which commences at precisely 9 a.m. So we have another 5 minutes to visit, so to speak, if you would. And at precisely 9, we'll convene our board meeting and carry on from there. Thank you. Yeah. University system is now called to order. The board will continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole and meeting of the board. We will now consider items as a committee of the whole, and I'd like to ask the vice chairman to preside over the committee of the whole. Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our first item is to determine the existence of conflicts of interest for our newly appointed regents and ratify those existing contracts as appropriate. Chairman Lewis, I'll call on you to present that item, please.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Griffin. Item 1 pertains to determining the existence of conflicts of interest for our newly appointed regents and ratification of those contracts. Regents Acosta, Campbell, and Gordon, please inform the board of any conflicts of interest regarding existing contracts with component institutions of the Texas Tech University system that you may have, and declare your intention to abstain from acting on those transactions related to those conflicts. We will hear from each regent regarding their contract conflicts of interest and will vote on all at the conclusion of all regent disclosures. We will begin with Regent Acosta. Ms. Acosta, please proceed.
Thank you. I am the president and CEO of Carcon Industries, which participates in dining hall food contracts with TTU. I am also the founder and CEO of STL Engineers, a geotechnical engineering and construction materials testing firm.
Thank you, Ms. Acosta. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Campbell. Mr. Campbell, please proceed.
I'm sorry, let me just finish the last part of my comment. I now also publicly declare my intention to abstain from acting on transactions related to these conflicts. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Mr. Campbell.
I am co-founder and co-CEO of Double Eagle Energy Holdings III and Double Eagle Development. We have an affiliate entity called Double Eagle Aviation LLC, and TTU has a contract with that entity for the use of the airplanes that entity owns as a donor charter service. So essentially it allows us to let Tech fly the planes around for different things. Under this contract, payments are made for reimbursable expenses to the operator if the donor's aircraft is utilized. Additionally, my dad, Cliff Campbell, performs business-to-business sales for Home Depot, which does business with TTU. And with disclosure of my existing conflicts of interest, I now publicly declare my intention to abstain from acting on transactions related to these conflicts.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Gordon. Mr. Gordon, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. I serve on the El Paso Children's Hospital Board. Texas Tech University Health Science Center of El Paso has existing medical service contracts with the El Paso Children's Hospital and is expected to have future contractual relationships with the hospital. With this disclosure of my existing conflict of interest, I now also publicly declare my intention to abstain from acting on transactions relating to this conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Are there any questions or comments from anyone? You've heard the disclosures as presented. It is recommended that the board approve to, number 1, accept the disclosure of conflicts of interest as identified by Regents Acosta, Campbell, and Gordon. Number 2, acknowledge the Regents' declaration of intention to abstain from acting on items related to their conflicts of interest during their time of service as Regents. And number 3, ratify the existing contracts between the TTUS system institutions and respective business interests. Is there a motion to approve the items as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Regent Griffin.
Mr. Chairman, the next item for consideration is the consent agenda. Items A through J as listed on pages 1 through 12 of the agenda book, and the information agenda as listed on pages 13 through 17. I would ask the board if there's any discussion of the items in either the consent or the information agendas.
I'd like to make one comment. Regent Campbell and I, with Chief Financial Officer Gary Barnes, went over all of these items, I'd say about a month ago, so that we did understand them and we collectively approve that.
Thank you, John. As a reminder, if there is any item that you would like discussed in further detail or voted on separately from the consent agenda, you may request that the item be moved to the committee of the whole agenda. Not hearing a request, then, Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve the consent agenda and acknowledge its review of the information agenda.
You heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Griffin.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is item 3, which requests approval of an addition of Chapter 13 to the Regent rules, and I will be presenting that item. First, a little background and historical perspective on this before we engage in any discussion or vote on the matter. The Regent Rules Review Committee is consisted of myself, Regent John Steinmetz, and Regent Pat Gordon. And our charge was to look at the namings aspect of the governing process and procedures for approving the naming of facilities, academic units, and gift funds within the Texas Tech University system. This process really began back in 2019 and 2020, but obviously was delayed because of the pandemic. And really, there's a necessity to kind of consolidate these policies because they existed previously or as of today in chapters 4, 6, 8, and 12 of the Regent rules. So there was I think an inclination at least that we bring all these under one roof, if you will, or a single chapter for ease, for ability to locate and to further clarify and give more consistent guidelines to naming opportunities. We received full input from the universities, and I want to take just a second to recognize those people who were of great value and assistance and support in this process. The working group coordinator was Kano McWinney. From the systems office, Michaela Bryant, Billy Breedlove, and Patrick Kramer participated. From ASU, Jamie Aiken. From TTU, Byron Kennedy. From the Texas Tech Health Sciences Center, Ashley Ham and Marcy Altman. And from Texas Tech University Health Science Center, El Paso, Andrea Tawney. And then, of course, the usual suspects, Kendra Burris, Eric Bentley, Gary Barnes, and Daley Fuller were instrumental and always available to assist us in this consideration, in this conversation. So really, we came together, and what the culmination of this was, I think, some recommendations that are both tangible and practical and give specific direction to consider changes in consolidating all the naming policies into one chapter to increase the uniformity while also, and this was a very important factor, ensuring flexibility in meeting the unique needs of each component institution. Each of our institutions are different in nature, in size, and in application, and to put a one-size-fits-all, especially with regard to value or to perspective, I think is a challenge. So what we tried to do out of this is give flexibility and authority to the component institutions to participate in these namings and to bring these to the board, knowing full well that the board still would preside over any approval of the naming process. But it gives the ability of the component institutions to participate and the flexibility to clearly communicate what those opportunities are to prospective donors that come and want to participate in the investment in this institution and in this system. This is a living document. Obviously, we may come back to you for changes at a later time, but it does establish guidelines, as I said, for naming academic units, setting minimum gift amounts for academic units, facility-related namings, and gift amounts. And also, what we did, we consolidated also under the operating policies that each component institution has, we consolidated those particular guidelines and approval that must come from the board, clearly delineated with regard to those operating procedures, so the board has a perspective and an understanding as to how each component institution is approaching these opportunities. Obviously, we charged Keno as secretary of the board to make any technical adjustments as needed for Chapter 13 to conform with other chapters of the Regent rules and make sure that they are tied together appropriately, and delete any references from, as I said, Chapters 4, 6, 8, and 12 to consolidate these under Chapter 13. So, having said that and bored you to tears, are there any other comments, or would my colleagues have any questions, or those of John, Pat, if you have any comments that you'd like to say with regard to Chapter 13? This is really, all it is an attempt to further clarify and also give clear instruction to those institutional development officers that are every day on the front line meeting with donors as to what's available, what's possible, what are the opportunities that exist, and they're clearly delineated so they can work their magic in those who are interested in investing in this institution. Anything, John? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Vice Chair, after listening to, participating in some of the meetings and looking at putting this chapter together, I think this is a vast improvement. It basically incorporated chapters that were all over the place into one unit, one chapter in effect. So I think it's a good development.
Thank you, Pat. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Chairman, there being no further questions, I move that the board approve the addition of Chapter 13 to the Regents rules as presented.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Griffin.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the items to be considered by the Committee of the Whole at this time.
Thank you, Regent Griffin. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess so that the Carr Scholarship Foundation and committee meetings may begin. The meeting of the board will reconvene today upon adjournment of the last committee meeting of the day at approximately noon. Meeting is recessed.
All right, Mr. Chairman, the meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Carr Scholarship Foundation is now called to order. First order of business is officer elections. The operating policies of the Carr Scholarship Foundation call for the board to elect a chair and a vice chair, and we will proceed with those elections at this time. I would ask, are there any nominations from the floor?
Mr. Chairman, I would nominate the following slate of candidates. For chairman, John Walker, and for vice chairman, Cody Campbell. In addition, I would also move that we elect this slate by acclamation.
Thank you, Dusty. You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we will now proceed with the vote. All those in favor of election of the nominees as recommended, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. Mr. Chairman, the motion is approved. Chairman Walker, I gratefully hand the gavel over to you.
Thank you. I'm excited about this. As you know, since I've been on the board, I felt that the Carr Foundation is unique, and one of the things I think to point out is we're trustees of the Carr Foundation. That's very separate from being a board member, and we have those responsibilities for this. If I could give a little bit of background on the history of the Carr Foundation for particularly our new regents. Mr. Carr worked for Exxon, and going back into the 50s, he got overriding royalties as well as he bought royalties underlying fields in the Permian Basin. And during the course of that, he accumulated what was estimated at the time in 1970 that he provided about $7 million of royalties to Angelo State, specifically for the use in scholarships. And in the past, we've researched this to see if anything other than scholarships could, professorships, anything else could be utilized. Only scholarships. And I'll point out that President Hawkins was one of the beneficiaries of the Carr Foundation while he was a student. And this is something that has grown phenomenally. Something that was $7 million in the 1970s now has roughly $130 million endowment and is throwing off at times as much as $9 or $10 million. And we even have to look at that differently than an endowment because it's throwing off money to the endowment, but at the same time the endowment continues to grow. And I think that it provides information on the power of compounding interest. I know I'd recommend a book for all of you to read. It's called The Richest Man in Babylon. It was a requirement when I was at NYU in graduate school, and it talks about compounding interest and how powerful that is. And so, again, Angelo State has this great opportunity, and I think our responsibility is trying to walk the fine line of not being too conservative or not being too aggressive. And we listen to the recommendations of Angelo State every year in terms of how much they want to provide in terms of scholarships, and it's then our responsibility to approve or not approve that. But I think that in general their recommendations have been very good. I'm sure all of you've read your book. I hope you have. We've had a fall off in oil and gas prices, and that adversely affected the amount of royalties that were coming in. But all of a sudden, oil and gas prices have come up quite a bit, and natural gas liquid prices are up a lot also. And so the money coming in for that foundation has gone up quite a bit. And so this is an opportunity for us to, again, make that, support that decision in terms of the scholarship. Ms. Turner, do you have some comments about the audit?
The CPA firm of Bollinger, Seegers, Gilbert, and Moss performed the fiscal year 2020 audit of the Carr Foundation. So these financials are from September 1, 2019 to August 31, 2020. The first item of note is that they issued an unmodified opinion, a clean opinion on the financials. Some highlights from the financials. Fiscal year 2020 was another difficult year for the Carr Foundation. Net position, which is net assets, decreased by $7.6 million from 2019 to 2020, and it stemmed from a decline in the asset value of the long-term fund. While net investment revenue increased by $1.9 million, oil and gas royalty revenue decreased over $1 million for fiscal 20. So ending net position as of August 31, 2020 was $137.1 million. In 2020, the Carr earned oil and gas royalties of $3.75 million while experiencing a net investment loss of $1.6 million. The valuation of oil gas, and other mineral properties held by the CAR also decreased during 2020 to evaluation from approximately $14.7 million at the end of fiscal 19 to $11.25 million as of August 31, 2020. And for your information, mineral properties are valued at 6 times the prior year production. Distributions to the CAR Scholarship Fund at ASU for 2020 were $9.3 million, which was slightly above the previous year. And you may recall that as a result of using the GASB basis of accounting, Governmental Accounting Standards Board standards, GASB 75 requires including deferred inflows and outflows related to teacher retirement system and employee retirement system, OPEB liabilities, other post-employment benefit liabilities, in the CAR Foundation financial statements. In reviewing adjusting journal entries, excuse me, required to properly state the financials, they were all normal year-end adjustments, nothing out of the ordinary. The largest adjustments were for the annual mark-to-market adjustments to state the mineral interest at fair market value and the entries related to the GASB 75 pension and OPEB items that I just mentioned. The auditors also issued a board communications letter that's required by audit standards. The letter confirmed that the auditors encountered no issues in performing the audit and had no disagreements with management about accounting treatments or other aspects of the audit. The auditors did not issue a management letter, which would have been used to outline internal control weaknesses that they saw. So these are good results, all in all.
Yes, I guess the order of business here is to approve the audit report. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Thank you. At the same time, I need a motion to approve the minutes of the CAR Foundation meetings held on August 6, 2020 and February 25th, 2021.
So moved.
We have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes. Thank you. Mrs. Wright, will you please present the 2021-22 CAR Scholarship Foundation budget?
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind comments about the CAR Foundation. It's obviously a big part of Angelo State University. We distributed information previously, but what we are requesting is an approval of a budget of $9.178 million for the CAR Foundation. We're estimating our revenue will be just shy of $9.5 million, which is an improvement over this past year. For your point of reference, I've included the actuals from 19 and 20 and an up-to-date estimate of where our revenue and our expenses. Can y'all advance that? There you go. I've included I've included the estimates through July for our current fiscal year so you can see where we were. The budget includes funding for the foundation office itself, salaries and operating expenses, and one position that specifically recruits CAR scholars. And then our scholarships that we estimate to be awarded are $8.7 million. Also, for your information, I've included some estimates and some actuals of where we were. The endowment balance itself, as Ms. Turner has mentioned, has gone down as oil and gas prices have gone down and our income from the LTIF has gone down. So we have seen a decrease in the endowment balance itself, but we are estimating at the beginning of fiscal year 22, our endowment will be back up to $145 million. And as part of the attempt to be sure that we are spending all of the income that came in, as we discussed in a previous meeting, we had been over-awarding some of the money that had been transferred to Angelo State. We've begun correcting that, and we are anticipating that we will go from a negative $3.1 million in the CAR Scholarship Fund balance to a negative $1.8 million, which is a big swing for us this year. We're getting that fixed as quickly as we can. Are there any questions?
Ms. Wright, you might tell us, or President Hawkins, roughly the number of students percent of students and roughly the number of students that get car scholarships annually?
Yeah, I have, as part of the next agenda item, I mean, I can go over that, I can move to that now. I have all of those facts and figures for you.
Just an estimate.
I have a question. I have a
Okay.
question or a comment on the budget. Really for General Hawkins, you know, I was part of this body when oil prices were $100 a barrel and we were accelerating to get through the monies, and then oil prices slid, and we have Cody on the board and John on the board that understand it. I would encourage you, as prices, if they continue to rise and we're able to get ourselves out of this hole, we might actually look back at time to see, so that we don't have to get into the corpus in the future, because, you know, we do have these commitments, and Angie, maybe you can talk about that, because we found ourselves in a position when prices slid pretty fast that we were unable to keep up with the commitments to the students that we had that came to Angelo State, and so, you know, I'm not going to be here for a whole lot longer, and so.
Yeah,
if you
there
would-
is a commitment going forward. In the past few years, we had been awarding more than, we didn't stop awarding. If a student came in and was eligible for a car scholarship, we awarded it, and that's how we got into the negative
Bigger fund balance.
situation. Going forward, we do have a hard stop on the amount of income that we have, so that we won't be doing that anymore. I do have some numbers here going forward. This is going to make a big difference on our income going forward. So in FY20, the oil and gas royalty was $4.9 million, but in FY19 and FY20, it was 3.7. So it was a big drop. But this year, through June, we still have 2 months to go, 1 quarter to post. We've already seen an income of $4.7 million, which is almost back to the 4.9, and we still have 2 more months to go. So we are definitely seeing a turnaround in what's happening, but you are correct. We were spending more than we were bringing in, which isn't really good business practice, and we have corrected that.
Cody, like, what I think is we have a long enough period of time where we could look at a fund balance. I thought it was getting too large, but that's why we dug in. So maybe General, the answer is to allow the fund balance to get up a little bit higher because of the fluctuation.
That is the plan right now, but we are planning to watch that on a periodic basis as well.
Yeah,
So
it's a tough balance, but.
Yeah,
I'd like to make a clarifying comment, though. I think that we have a tendency to look at what's coming in on royalties. We need to look at the corpus itself, this $145 million. And I think that we're making a major mistake if our objective is to grow the endowment. Our objective is to help students. And if that means that we take money out of the endowment, I think that we need to continue to do that. We have 2 sources of funding. Yes, the royalties that are coming in. We need to recognize that if we've got $145 million going to $160 million, we might be penalizing students that need that money, and I don't think that's our objective, to try to see how big an endowment that we can get. And I think that that's the most fundamental thing to understand about this.
Sir, I will tell you that is one of the things that we are looking at doing, and in fact, we do have the quarterly business reviews, if you will, on how we are doing that. There is no intention of, if you will, growing the endowment at the expense of providing the need, especially for the needy and worthy per the will. And we are focused in on that. We're laser focused in on that right now.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever considered hedging?
So the way that the Carr Foundation works is the money is invested in the LTIF, and so that's monitored by the system office and the new I'm not thinking RC Foundation. So that's all monitored outside of the institution itself. And what comes into the Carr Scholarship Fund is 6.5% of a rolling 12 quarters. All other investments, what we transfer from the LTIF, the Long-Term Investment Fund, is 4.5%. So we are putting more in. All the money that comes into the foundation itself, the oil and gas royalties and the interest, that goes into the endowment, and then we pull off the 6.5% off of that.
I was just thinking that, you know, if you were to hedge a year forward based on your budget, and I'm talking about oil and gas prices, you might be able to smooth out your fluctuations a little more and be able to plan better. It's something worth looking at.
Yeah.
Anyway, we can talk about it.
defer that one to
Great.
Gary, since actual investment income is monitored more at a system level
Yeah.
than at
We can
ours.
talk about
In
that.
general, that's a
In
great option.
Regent Campbell, we have looked at that over time. Going back even before Gary was here, we have looked at hedging and chosen not to, but that's always something that we should and will consider.
And this is information I can provide in a chart or graph for y'all next time, but typically the quarterly income that comes off of the LTIF, it runs around $2.3 million, and although it definitely went down in FY20 because we are using that rolling 12-quarter average, the most that it declined between one quarter and the next was only $19,000, and our income from quarter 3 of FY21 actually increased by $30,000. So we are seeing it trend back up, and we do because we use the rolling 12 quarters. We try to at least keep the income coming from the foundation to the car scholarship funds at least somewhat level so that we can honor all the commitments that we make to our students.
Any further questions or?
So the sources of cash into the foundation are both from the LTIF plus the royalty income.
Yes,
And then
sir.
the distribution is made on a formula based off of the corpus of the foundation, 6.5%, I believe, to be smoothed out on a trailing 3-year basis.
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
That's correct.
I'm trying to recall, not to belabor it, but nevertheless, in regard to hedging, I think the decision at the time was probably if you have a specific risk to hedge, then hedging will work as a function of insurance almost against that risk. If it's a function of trying to outguess the market, meaning commodity prices, both oil and natural gas, then that's a very difficult thing to do, so to speak.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think that the reason you would do it here is because you have a specific annual outflow, and if you have a price level that gives you support for that outflow, then you might as well hedge it because it sort of locks in your purpose. But it's something we can talk about, and I'm happy to share my thoughts and experience on it.
Yeah, in this past quarter, the oil companies that hedged lost $12 billion.
But the ones that hedged last year when oil was negative 35 did pretty well. So, I mean, it's a very volatile commodity. So,
I believe in hedging if you have a lot of debt. If you don't have debt, I think that there's risk and loss as well as protection. So that's just one of the things we'd have to discuss. Any other questions or any other statements? Ms. Wright?
Not related to the budget. I do have a presentation related to the students, but I'll wait until I get the approval from on the budget, right?
Sure. Mrs. Wright's presented the budget. Could we have a motion to accept the budget?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. So normally Miss Jamie Aiken would be here to present this, but she's home getting ready for our Blue and Gold event, which is one of our largest fundraising events on our campus. Due to the reorganization, the scholarship and financial aid offices now report to her, but I have offered to present this for her on her behalf. As we are all aware, the CAR is a huge component to our recruitment efforts at Angelo State. In the past academic year, $7.5 million in CAR scholarships were awarded to 3,594 students. Out of the 3,594 students, 2,882 of those were undergraduate students, and 647 of those were incoming freshmen. 24% of those receiving a CAR are first-generation students, and 40% of the CAR recipients are also qualifying for the Pell Grants. Between the two sources of financial support, along with other resources, 59% of our undergraduate students had no loans this past year, and 40% of our ASU students graduated with zero debt. Our award levels start at $1,500 and go up to $10,000. While the CAR Scholarship has always been a true asset to our student success at Angelo State, it has become even more valuable to our students and their families as they navigate the COVID pandemic. The following is a quote from Eduardo Aguirre Serrata, class of 2021, one of our many students who have received a CAR Scholarship. The scholarships I have earned allow me to continue my studies, even with the recent pandemic, which has severely affected my family. I am more than grateful to have been granted the opportunity for studying at ASU, and I appreciate every single bit of help that I have been given. Any questions related to the scholarships, I'd be happy to answer. Otherwise, I'm concluded.
Good. Any further questions of Ms. Wright or any questions relative to the CAR Foundation?
I don't have a question, but I would like to say that I am also on the CAR Scholarship, and it's been a big part of me paying for my school. I actually have to pay for it on my own. My parents are very supportive of me, but they said that's your one thing, you have to take care of yourself. And so the CAR scholarship has saved me lots of money. I will be graduating with very minimal debt compared to most institutions. So thank you for y'all's service and for continuing to work hard and putting the students first to get that scholarship. So thank you.
It's a powerful statement.
Yes.
That's very powerful. Thank you, Kagan.
Any other announcements, questions relative to the CAR Foundation? If there's no further business to come before this group of trustees, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second, please.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting's adjourned.
Mr. Chairman, before we go any further, I need to make one other statement with regard to the Regents Rules Committee. I neglected to recognize the significant voice of reason on the committee, and that would be Regent Ginger Carrick Davis. And I apologize for leaving you out in the recognitions there. I will pay for that later.
In fact, you might be the first one to the moon.
On a one-way ticket.
Now, that was funny. That was good. I like that.
All right. With that, we'll now conduct our committee meetings. Before we begin with the committee meetings, I would like to take a moment to make everyone aware of our new committee structure. As most of you are aware, Chapter 1 of the Regents Rules was amended after approval at the May 25th, 2021 board meeting. That Regents Rule amendment updated the structure of our committee composition so that all Regents now serve as voting members of each regular committee. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs, also known as the ACS, Audit, Facilities, and Finance and Investments. Each committee will have its own chair and vice chair. Student Regent will serve as a member of the ACS committee, and as mandated by state law, is a non-voting member of the board. Due to this committee structure change, actions resulting on the items from each committee are final and do not require being presented to the full board again for approval. That means there is no need for each committee to report their approved items to the board as traditionally done in the past. That being said, we will begin with the Facilities Committee meeting. Regent Womble serves as chair and Regent Griffin serves as vice chair of Facilities. Regent Womble, please continue with the Facilities Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting held on May 13th, 2021.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion is approved. Our first order of business is a presentation by Mr. Kramer. Would you please present item number 1?
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Texas Tech University Office of Advancement, Byron Kennedy Shop, we have approving of the naming of the School of Veterinary Medicine Headquarters Room, E297, to be known as the Bank of America Executive Conference Room. That's the progress photo that Mr. Breedlove has presented us, so that project is moving along very well. The location of the room in question is on the second floor. It's in that highlighted area. Let me tell you a little bit about Bank of America. Bank of America has generously given over $600,000 to the university system. They have given to all 4 of our campuses. They participate in matching gift programs with their alumni and have become a really good corporate donor across the system. So we're happy to get this naming put up in front of you. One of the things that comes off of their foundation guidelines is their mission is to make a meaningful impact in the communities for which they serve. And again, I think that's a good corporate look at how they approach, how they give to Texas Tech and all of its component institutions. So with that, the recommendation is to approve the naming of the School of Veterinary Medicine Headquarters Room E297, to be known as the Bank of America Executive Conference Room. The donor concurs with the naming of the space. Appropriate internal signage for the space will specify the approved naming. My recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. Are there any questions?
Regent Womble, I will say that this is consistent with the Regent rules, although it's taking on a different classification and different location with regard to the criteria. It does meet the standards that we have set, so it's not like we're grandfathering this in. This is consistent with our naming opportunities and consistent with what the Regent rules that were just previously approved.
Correct. It's in the board book. It does meet that 50% construction cost. Actually, I think is over. But yes, it is consistent with our current new rulings.
Any other comments? Is there a motion to approve the item?
So moved.
Second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Patrick.
Thanks, sir.
Now Noelle Sloan will present item number 2. Ms. Sloan.
Thank you. The next agenda item is a request by TTU to accept a gift of real property that will benefit the College of Human Sciences Center for Early Head Start. I'd also share that the Dean of the College of Human Sciences, Tim Dodd, has joined us today. This is a very exciting opportunity for the Early Head Start program. On this slide shows a map of where the location is in East Lubbock. As you know, Early Head Start is a program that's federally funded, serving young children from families with low incomes and diverse ethnic backgrounds. Our location also provides interdisciplinary research opportunities for faculty and graduate students in fields related to child development, poverty and risk, nutrition, and family financial planning, to name a few. There are 4 nationally accredited centers in Lubbock, and this is the only one in East Lubbock. This slide shows a picture of the exterior of the facility. There is approximately 10 acres, this 31,000 square foot facility, and a gymnasium behind this facility. You can see from the signage that Texas Tech has been prominently displayed since they've been there. Early Head Start moved to this location in 2015, providing high-quality childcare, parent education, and critical preventive health services to 96 children aged 6 weeks to 3 years, as well as their families. So serve approximately over 200 people annually. This shows an interior shot of some of the classroom spaces and an exterior of the playground. Star Care is a governmental entity that has owned the property since 2011, when it received the property from the Lubbock Independent School District. Star Care has relocated. They've actually have a facility now that can bring more of their teams. They were dispersed across the town into one location and no longer has use for the property. They wish to transfer the property to TTU at no cost, and they have shared an appraisal dated March 12, 2021, reflecting a valuation of approximately $1.7 million. Star Care received the necessary approvals from its Board of Trustees to move forward with this transfer to TTU at its December 15, 2020 board meeting. Early Head Start utilizes annual grant funding to cover their building operating expenses, utilities, and maintenance. The additional space that was previously occupied by Star Care will increase the operating expenses and utilities by approximately $70,000 annually. However, there are both additional grant funding opportunities, as well as we've already been approached by some that would be interested in both short-term and long-term leasing opportunities. So both of these things will help TTU fully fund and offset these additional expenses. Again, the recommendation is for approval to accept this real property located at 3315 East Broadway from Star Care Specialty Health Systems, and to execute any contracts associated with the transfer of the property. Again, I'd be happy to answer any questions respect this item.
Well, you've addressed some of the financial concerns. Are there some legal concerns? Are we assuming some liability by taking this property on that we need to be aware of?
No, there are no legal concerns, and again, we've been there at the location. Our operations team has gone out and inspected the facility. It is in good condition. I mean, it will have its normal maintenance and repairs as we move forward with however we use the additional space, but there are no legal issues that we are aware of.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Well, are there any restrictions through the grant programs that do not allow us ultimate flexibility on use of that extra space?
No, sir, they do not restrict how we're going to use the additional space.
I would say if Dr. Rollo were here, she was here earlier, that Rollo would endorse this, because having lived in this community for a number of years, I'm not sure we can have too many Head Start programs. The ability to reach those younger children at that age is imperative, it's essential, and the more locations we can have that give access to families to be able to engage on that, I think helps ensure the academic success of those children going forward. So I think this is a great opportunity.
Anything else? Do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second has been received. Is there all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Sloan. Would you now present item number 3?
Yes, sir. The next agenda item is a request to authorize the president or his designee to finalize negotiations and execute lease agreements with the U.S. Department of Energy. In each of these lease agreements that we'll discuss, DOE is a tenant on TTU real property or in facilities located near the Pantex plant in Carson County, Texas. So this is a location map, and the odd green portion at the bottom is where Texas Tech Research Farm is located. Within that green area, it has been historically discussed as Tract 1 and 2 with 3,115 acres, and then Tract 3. And located on Tract 3 are buildings, the Kilgore Center and the Bull Barns. So the Kilgore Center is an old office building. The original lease was executed in October 1989, and while the Department of Energy has built a new office facility located on their property, they still are using and storing some things at the Kilgore Center and are interested in continuing extending that lease with us. The lease is currently at $60,000 of annual rent, and TTU intends to request an increase to $80,000. That has not been increased since 2016. And in addition to that, the lease agreement would include 3% annual increases. The Bull Barns comprise 2,300 square foot of garage space and canopy areas, and again is used for storage of equipment. The original lease again executed in October 1989, and the current annual rent is $28,500. Again, that was last set in 2016. The discussion is a request to increase to $35,000 during the first year of the lease renewal with 3% annual increases. And then finally, Tract 1 and 2 has been used as rifle range as well as cattle grazing, and Tract 3 is used exclusively for agricultural activities. TTU and the U.S. Department of Energy would like to merge these leases into one lease. The current two separate leases combined has been $127,150 for the annual rent, and as we combine them, we're requesting $174,000 during the first year of the lease and 3% annual increases. The lessee is responsible for maintenance and upkeep of each facility. In addition to the financial considerations, TTU will continue their longstanding relationship with the United States Department of Energy as well as National Nuclear Security Administration. The term of each lease proposed shall be 5 years, commencing on October 1st, 2021, and ending on September 30th, 2026. TTU does have a 30-day written notice termination provision for any default or breach during that time. Are there any questions that I could answer with respect to this item?
Go ahead.
Ms. Sloan, I just had a really quick question. Given that the contract was negotiated quite a long time ago, I'm assuming that we've gone back and reanalyzed what's in the contract and maybe upgraded some of the provisions that we need to have in there for both them and for us. Is that something that we're doing right now?
Yes.
Get ready to execute?
Yes, the last lease was executed 5 years ago, again for a 5-year term in 2016. And as we rewrite these lists, it will incorporate all the new terms that are required as we update those leases.
Excellent. And then one last thing. I'm assuming that they provide their, certificate of insurance and they name us in the system as additionally insured?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you.
Well, can I ask a rather elementary question? And this is coming from the Facilities Committee. What are they doing out there on the property?
So
Sorry to ask an unanswerable question.
So Pantex does a number of testing of related defense equipment, and so there is a rifle range, there is testing going on as you look at their larger property that they own. I actually took a tour probably back in 2013, a very, very interesting of everything that is going on the property. But we maintain this research farm acreage, and some of the things that is just to, again, the cattle grazing that occurs out there is to keep the lands in order and things like that. And so I don't know if that answers your question, but there's a lot of testing of nuclear.
You don't want to know what's going on out there.
Well, they do provide great big cows for that 72-ounce steakhouse up there.
Well, it didn't say she was wearing a hazmat suit when she
Sorry.
viewed the property. Any other discussion? Hearing none, do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second? Second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. And opposed? Motion passes. Next, we have Mr. Billy Breedlove. He doesn't have any actionable items today, but he does have a report for the committee. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This morning, I wanted to talk a little bit about the construction industry, the design industry, and kind of what the markets are looking like. I get a lot of questions about pricing and how that's going. So Engineering News Record in their second quarter cost report, this is a publication that we follow, has lots of good information. They said recovery is in progress more than a year after the onset of COVID-19 pandemic and economic turmoil that followed. Overall growth, particularly in the housing market, is on the rise, although high material costs remain a concern. Lumber prices have reached new heights. In the past several months, steel prices are rising, and there's labor shortages. So I want to touch a little bit on each one of those. So talking about executive optimism, this is a confidence index that's compiled by ENR, and this index measures the executive sentiment about where we're headed in the next 3 to 6 months, 12 to 18 months. 207 folks responded to this, and just kind of as a reminder, anything over 50 is showing growth. You can see in 2020, the second quarter, we hit an all-time low there of 36, but we also took an all-time high jump of 51 to 68 between quarter one and quarter two, and that's the executive optimism. If we look at what's on the drawing board for the architects, the American Institute of Architects, AIA, does an architectural billing index. ABI, this is from 800 firms in the country. This is a June 2021 report. Again, anything above 50 is showing growth. They basically ask them, look at your billings this month versus last month and tell us what kind of index we have. You can see it's on the rise. We've had 5 consecutive months that's reported growth. Just kind of as a barometer, it got down to 29.5 in April of 2020. So with 5 consecutive months moving, this is kind of an indication of where we're headed in the construction industry. We're looking at probably anywhere between 9 months and a year when things hit the board and the architect's office become a realization for construction. So let's talk about the construction part of it. The Associated Builders and Contractors, ABC, they do a construction backlog indicator. It's another indicator that reflects the amount of work. This is actually work that is contracted. You can see down at the bottom, there's some company sizes there, less than 30 million in volume, 30 to 50, and all the way up to over 100 million. This is what they have on their books, and that's coming up. Just as a kind of a barometer on this one, pre-pandemic, it was 8.9. You can see in June of 2021, we're at 8.5. November of 2020, that number dropped down to 7.2. So what that's saying is these contractors have about 8.5 months worth of volume on their books. So it's starting to grow, and of course as backlog grows, so do margins. So that contractors are in pretty good shape. Wanted to talk about some of the commodities that we face. So this is structural steel. It's all, every publication you look at, what's steel pricing doing. So I got this from the AISC, which is the American Institute of Steel Construction. It talks about raw steel, wide flange beam materials have escalated from $705 a ton to $1,260 a ton, and that's a one-year snapshot from July 2020 to 21. This graph actually shows from 2010 to 21, just to show how it's moved through the years. So this is a concern of ours as always. I'm going to show you a little bit more about structural steel. And this information came from one of the nation's leading steel manufacturers. He provided the following here. So,
Billy, why does steel stay so flat over a decade?
Over a decade? You know, I think it's a good balance of what's production and demand, basically. Every building, you can think about every industry out there, whether it's oil and gas or any of them, use steel. You know, it's just a hot commodity. So these are some interesting facts. So U.S. steel capacity utilization shows a domestic steel production. We're at 82.5% of our capacity right now. A year ago, we were at 68.1. Steel mills are starting up and ramping up as employees are returning and they're getting fired up. I've talked to a guy that provides chemicals for the cooling and the water for the steel mills, and he said they're all getting ready to go as fast as they can. So this is good news for us because there's actually a problem with getting steel to the job sites. In the second bullet, you can see that steel joists and metal decking has gone up 400 to 500% from a year ago. If you order joist, you're looking at maybe 8 to 9 months before it can hit the site. What's the reason for that? A lot of it is the national mega or big box type projects that are pressuring the capacity of these manufacturers. Those are the Amazons, the Teslas, the chip manufacturers, the pharmaceutical folks. They're building million square foot facilities, 4 million square foot facilities. They're taking all the joists and they're taking all the steel decking. So there's a big push to get our projects in line, to get our joist or steel or whatever we're trying to build them with, but sometimes it's 8 to 9 months out. So a couple of points down there, pending federal infrastructure legislation. This is something we're watching very closely. $1 trillion infrastructure bill coming out of the U.S. government. This steel manufacturer told me that if that hits, he's going to chase every bridge in the country to try to build it. So what does that do? That hurts me getting supplies out to my job. So we're working through those and watching those and trying to stay ahead and get everything ordered as quickly as we can. Copper, the reason I put copper on here, it is, the third bullet talks about it. It's the most widely used metal in energy generation, transmission infrastructure, and energy storage. It is the next most used metal after aluminum and steel. So we watch the copper price too. You can see that's price per pound on the right. It hit an all-time high of $10,500 per metric ton. As you can see that spike there. Will it come down? We're not sure. There's quite a bit of demand for copper right now. Lumber, another one that's hot and heavy all the time in the publications. So lumber, the spike there, that happened on May 7th. It was $1,670, and that's priced dollar per 1,000 board feet. There's a little bit of description about board feet. Basically, a board foot is 12 inches by 12 inches by 1 inch thick. That's considered one board foot. So we're starting to see some relief there. On Monday, I looked at this price. It was at $621. So we've seen it come down from $1,670 to $621. The reason is the housing market's starting to slow down a little bit. Lumber mills are going. I think some imports from Canada are starting to come in. So we don't use a whole lot of lumber on our projects, obviously. But when you look at concrete forms, you look at plywood roof decking sometimes under our clay tile, that stuff starts to add up. PVC, polyvinyl chloride. This is a product that our plumbers and electricians use. This is cents per pound is how this chart's looking. This, again, supply demand is out of balance, and the February storm that hit had an impact. We lost a lot of material, they're saying, a lot of the resin down on the coast because they didn't have the protection for that material. They didn't have enough heat in their warehouses, so we lost that. And you think about all the repairs that had to go on, whether you're doing it at your home or the plumbers that are running around the country trying to do patches. So anyway, there's a huge demand. We've had a couple of plants on force majeure because of the storm, so production is not where we need to be. We just got notification this week that tomorrow, one of the local suppliers is going up 7% on their PVC pricing. So I want to switch a little bit to the trades, what we're seeing from the subcontractors and the people that are doing the work for us. Lighting. Everybody's used LED light fixtures. They had a 25 to 30% price increase since pre-COVID. We used to get it in 4 to 6 weeks. Now it's 8 to 10 weeks. If you had specialty light fixtures, they were 10 to 12 week delivery time. Now it's 12 to 20. So that's extended quite a bit. Gears, switch gears, panels, breakers, got to have them. Like at the vet school, we ran all of the wiring into the electrical rooms, didn't even have any panels yet because we couldn't get them. So this, an increase of 10 to 12% pre-COVID, and now it's gone from 5 to 10 to 10 to 24 weeks of getting our gears. Generators, another increase. We use those on some of our jobs. 5 to 10% increase in pricing. Lead times are from 12 weeks to 26 to 30. We just experienced that. We've got a generator in the Midland, PA project. They said 6 months to get that generator. So what we've also found out, there's a lot of businesses, whether it's a bank or an office or people like that, are now buying generators because when they went through that storm, they didn't have any power, so they couldn't work. Data telecom, again, increased 16 to 20%, from 2 to 6 weeks to 14 to 20. And the electrical material, the contractor that gave me this, he had a project bid, and from March to June, it was actually a project for the city, went up $330,000 based on these price increases that we're seeing there. So you got your PVC and your copper, they're all going up. You're looking at aluminum wire, EMT, which is tubing, PVC again, and any kind of rigid material that's rigid conduit, that's extra heavyweight conduit, usually threaded type material. Mechanical plumbing, Carrier, one of our manufacturers, quoted shortage of steel again is one of their problems that they're having. From 7-week lead times on small rooftop units, we're more medium rooftop units here. It has increased to 11-week lead time. I can tell you that there's a supplier here in town that he told me this week they are 52 truckloads behind on receiving material. And a lot of that's some residential units too, but 52 truckloads behind. It was 60 a month ago, so he's not making up much. Trane Technologies, again, Electronics are hard to get, motors, pumps, VFDs, that's variable frequency drives. Delays again, and also we have problems with U.S. port congestion, the empty container imbalance. It's worldwide. The container imbalance is worldwide. So we can't get material on the ships. We can't get them off the ships. It's just a mess. So cost of domestic carbon steel pipe. This came from a large mechanical contractor. 75%'s gone up on them just in 2021. Stainless steel, 77%. Furniture, fixtures, equipment, a lot of times we don't think about that. Again, supply chain disruptions. You can see the price increases that this FF&E supplier gave us, and on 6/18 they raised their prices. We're having a little bit of trouble at the vet school getting some of our FF&E. As you know, they're moving in now. It's just various items. It's hard to get them on a truck. It's hard to get them delivered. But anyway, so there's a little bit of delay there. If you look at stainless steel, we don't use a lot of stainless steel, but we do when we're buying lab equipment, medical equipment, appliances, up 80% since February. So I wanted to speak briefly on labor. The July 2021 U.S. jobs report showed, it rose, I guess the labor rose by 850,000 jobs. They're still at 5.9%. Actually, for construction, the unemployment rate in June was 7.5%. So a lot of those folks haven't come back to the market yet. A major mechanical and plumbing firm in the state of Texas, and this is one of the largest ones here, averaged 3 million man hours per year in the past 5 to 7 years. Now they're going to do 4 million, a 39% increase in personnel. And these are skilled trades. These are med gas, welders, pipe fitters, those type folks that have to have license and certifications. And what he told me was, for the skilled trades, especially these mega boxes, pharmaceutical, chip, semiconductor plants, they're paying overtime, shift percentages for your first, second, or third shift. They're working 7 days a week, 12-hour shifts. He told me on July 4th, one of these chip manufacturers was paying his guys triple time for a 12-hour shift just to stay. They're also paying stipends, $2,000 to $3,000 per month for skilled trades to commit to staying on the project for a certain period of time. So some of those projects, like I said, are Tesla, Samsung, TI, Microsoft, Amazon, some of the big boys. The National Association of Manufacturers and the Dallas Morning News said that workers are the one thing keeping U.S. From dramatically growing in the manufacturing output. They're going to need 4 million more in jobs by 2030. This came from just from our state of Texas, the construction labor. You can see in the top right, Texas pandemic impact is still, we're down 6.7% on our employment, and the nation's 2.9%. As Texas is starting to build back, that number is getting better, but the Northeast, for some reason, some of those larger buildings were kind of ahead of the game a little bit. So we're slowly getting there, but we still got a little ways to go. And so truck transportation, our resident expert, John Esparza, gave me some information that I'm going to show you on these next two slides. I spoke with him a couple of times on this, but you can see in 2021 the first quarter growth of over 5%. This is quarter to quarter growth, and then you can start seeing it kind of drop down. The 2021, as you can see in the top right bullet, first half of 2021, we're going down as the strongest growing truck freight market since the recovery in 1982. And it also, a couple more bullets down, that it says, given such growth and easy comps from 2020-21, growth at 10% or more for a full year is making it easily the strongest freight year since 2000 and possibly the strongest truck ever. So you can start to see that starting to decline a little bit. And I was asking John, what's the deal with that? He basically said, we don't have enough trucks, we don't have enough drivers. He's at a convention right now in Salt Lake City, and he was talking to an owner of a trucking company, and he said, I got to have trucks. I've ordered trucks. It's a year out before I can get some of my trucks delivered. So some of his talking points, freight demands exceed the availability of the drivers. Currently, we're 60,000 drivers short in the country. They're anticipating 100,000 by 2030. Large delays in the less than truckload. If you got a pallet of something you need picked up and shipped, good luck getting that on a truck. Probably going to be delayed. And the average spot market invoice in the last 5 years was $1,212. Now it's $1,687. That's demand. That's diesel price going up. And that's for basically a truckload that's a one-day haul, is the way he explained that. So again, and he also mentioned again about the inbound containers in the ports of LA and Long Beach, where half of the container freight is coming from, and Houston's third, that there's a backlog there of getting containers off and onto trucks. So, you know, what are we going to do? How are we going to kind of wade through some of these waters? I reported in the last board meeting in 2020, construction was kind of flat in pricing. We didn't see a spike, but that was mainly, we did have large inputs on materials, upwards to like 23%. Contractors held their margins down, trying to build backlog and keep their folks busy. As we're starting to come out of this, that's going to change. So we're going to plan for about a 4 to 6% annual escalation for 2021 and 2022. That comes from a couple of economists, construction economists that we deal with. And then also, we got to get flexible in our design and how we're going to have add deducts in some of our designs to provide some flexibility for us. And then we want to continue getting design shovel ready and watch the markets and hit the markets at the right time. We've been very fortunate so far with our projects, whether you're looking at the vet school or Midland, PA, we hit those perfectly and we got good pricing on those. But right now we're starting to look out in the future when we have the Academic Science Building coming up, we've got baseball coming up, East Museum coming up. How are we going to wade through some of those waters? So the other factors we're watching, and we've been working with Martha and Christina on the infrastructure bill, like I mentioned earlier, what that's going to do to supply and labor. That could be a huge labor drain. And the American Rescue Plan Act, which Texas, I think, got $16.7 billion on that, what that's going to look like when they talk about infrastructure. What does that mean? Bridges, waterway systems. You know, if you're running broadband, that takes labor. And then COVID-19 variants. This past 10 days, I mentioned to Regent Womble a couple of days ago that we'd had 3 projects with COVID on it. That grew yesterday to 5. So we're starting to see a little bit of that coming out. We've got our contractors now going back to their COVID protocols of taking temperatures and looking at their project sites and evaluating those and the employees and what they do when they have positives and how they keep their sites clean. So we're wading through those waters too. But that's kind of the market outlook. Mr. Chairman, if there's any questions before I move into some of our facilities.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Breedlove, do you think that this, I know we don't all have crystal balls, but do you think it's a permanent shift and a new plateau level, so to speak, or do you think it's temporary and just more or less a function of the stimulus that's in the pandemic?
I think the labor will improve. I think the labor, as people start coming back to the workforce, I think they've bought time in the past, whether that was from stimulus or unemployment or whatever. I think we're still over, 7 million jobs down from entering back into the workforce pre-pandemic. So we still have a lot of jobs to fill, but I do think the labor is going to get better. I do think the materials will get better once we get all the production up. If COVID doesn't do what it did last time, where everybody went to, social distancing and, 50% of their workforce, we'll be okay. The material will start coming back to us. We're in a huge surge right now. As you see all of the economics and optimism in the industry, a big surge right now, but I do think that will level out depending on some of these other factors.
And I would just comment, Mr. Breedlove, that everything that this is the world I live in every day, and I believe you're absolutely correct. But it's also, if you think about it, it's a great opportunity to hit the reset button, and most owners are doing that. And why I say that is realign our projects, think about, the projects that have more steel in them, the projects that are, the schedule may be compressed or out maybe another 10 months or so. But I will say, we have a project where we got a bid from a steel contractor and the bid came in at 8 and it's only good until 6 because that other steel contractors that won projects with us are $1 million or so underwater now, and the project's yet to start. So I do think everything's there. We are in a wage war, without a doubt. and I know y'all see it even at the university faculty level. But I would say that one of the items that we should think about is renewables and the whole concept of, going zero carbon by 2035, and think about where we might be able to take some advantages as we rethink how we're building our university and the buildings and, just the campus as a whole, our chillers. There's a lot of really great opportunities around all of these statistics, I think, that are very real. The other thing I would recommend is just the fact that I made a couple of notes here is, just the process, how we're procuring. And you and I have had many conversations, and most recently in Dallas when we toured the new pharmacy school with Dr. Perryman. And I do believe that the way we can procure, we can actually shrink down some of the fees that we've been paying. And both the architect and contractor community are dropping their fees 2%, 3%, 4% and 6%. And so that's a value. The other thing is there's a need for work. So usually now we're seeing, while we would normally see 6 or 10 bidders on a significant job at DFW Airport, we're seeing 14 and 16 bidders. So it's really a way of taking advantage of where we can, and I'm happy to, I know we're going to meet to talk
Yes,
a
ma'am.
little bit about different innovative ways to do that. But I also think that what a great opportunity to reset the schedule of your projects and
Yes,
think
ma'am.
about where we can save some money, because I don't believe the labor war is going to end anytime soon. In fact, there's an article you might have read called The Great Resignation, where people are resigning to just take off and do something else. And then I would say, when I think about the university and I think about how beautiful, our grounds are and how beautiful everything is kept here, I would take a look at that level of labor that manages our grounds, because they're leaving too. And
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think that, while we're always looking at giving increases to our faculty and team and staff, as we should, I do think we should put a little eye on that and say, where is the labor in our facilities and maybe the maintenance group of the university, because that is a group that often gets overlooked. So,
Yes,
but I'm
ma'am.
happy to talk with you offline.
Yeah, I know.
Great report, by the way, very
Thank-
helpful.
Thank you, and yes, we've talked a little bit about design, build, delivery, and
Yeah.
we're right now in our office and also working with general counsel on rewriting that contract in RFQ for design, build. We've had conversations with ASU on some of their projects. Cody there's all for the design, build, and I've also had conversations with the Texas Tech group too about moving into design, build. So that's some of the conversation I think you and I are going to have
Sure.
in the very near future, and I'm going to get some help from you on that. There are a lot of people that aren't going to enter the workforce, like you said. The number I heard, 7.3 are still out, 1.3 took early retirement. The others are looking for maybe doing some training in other fields, so there's less risk if this ever ramps up again that they will lose their job. So there's a little bit of people that are transitioning and getting more education or a different training that haven't come back too. So, yes, ma'am, thank you. In Dallas, are you having the same issue for getting labor on your job sites?
Without a doubt, and even leaving for $2 or $3. And so, I think, like, for example, at our company, no one is not paid less than $16.50.
Well,
And I think that, when you get the best that you can get, then you need to take care of them. But I certainly see it. I mean, we're seeing it all over, from my engineers on down to the labor forces. So
Yes,
I
ma'am.
do think that I see the opportunity, though, the flip side of this, and that's, maybe come up to Dallas. We'll do some outreach event over there and try to see if we could attract a bigger, robust group of contractors that would be interested to come back into the TTU system to do some work for us. But it was a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions before I move into job specifics project? Okay, so let's talk about good things, happy things. So,
Thanks, Billy.
yes, sir.
I was gonna go grab a Xanax.
I take one every day, just kidding. So let's talk about the vet school. This is a great time and a historical time for our system and our university. Right now, we're moving in to the vet school. The folks are taking over their offices. I kind of want to explain a little bit where we are. So if you talk take the top left picture there, and if you drill a line right down the middle through the lobby, the building on the right, that's what we call A and B, and that is where the classrooms, the auditoriums, the offices, the dean's suite, those areas are. Contractually, that wasn't supposed to be delivered till October. We got ahead of the game, and we actually are getting substantial completion this week on that part as they're moving in. So we're going to let them occupy that part. That's just an early occupancy. It's not substantial. It's an early occupancy. While we continue to work on the left-hand side, and that's areas C and D, and that's the clinical and the research and the labs and the anatomy, kind of the clinical space there. The original plan, knowing that we weren't going to be ready till October and the classes are coming in August 9th, but we were going to share space with HSC or put everybody out at the Mariposa site, which I'll talk about in a minute. But being able to occupy that one side, we're still got a little AV to work on and some furniture to work on. We've accommodated Guy in his first class coming in to use that part of the building. So owner move-ins going on. The students report on the 9th. Classes begin on the 16th. So things are buzzing around there. Everything's looking really good. So the headquarters building is the top, or the two left pictures there. The south elevation is the top. North elevation is the bottom. Then we moved to Mariposa side on the top right and the bottom right. You can see the buildings are substantially complete now as of this week. We got parking lots going in. The road actually gets paved. If anybody's been out to that site, we're actually paving that road this weekend. So things are really looking good there. This is part of the headquarters. Top left, typical office. We got some interior artwork that we're showing there. And the graduate carrels on the right-hand side. That's where a lot of offices take place over there. So we have about 125 to 150 people working on this site alone, the headquarters site, per day. So we're making really good progress. But the landscaping's going on. I know there's some functions coming up really soon, so we want to be able to showcase this. So Mariposa, substantially complete. Top left, clinical skills area. And then you see the stables down on the bottom left. I think there's like 25 of those. And then kind of an interior shot of the area there that's got the arena on the left, the main building's on the right, and then you can see the paddocks and the clinical skills area there in the back. I'm not sure who's been out there, but that's a really fascinating facility, and that's for the large animals. And then we had a little bit of money moved, mainly for FF&E out at Mariposa. When we began this project, the equipment and the FF&E were all in one bucket, and as we bought out and as we developed, we moved that around, and there's some appropriated funds in there too. So we moved that out, and you can see the purchase of the FF&E, the AEDs, and some other equipment out at Mariposa site. So Dallas, the Southwest Professional Building there. So this is on Stutes, and I guess the address is basically Forest Park Drive down there in the medical district. We had the honor of having the president and Regent Acosta come out and tour the site a couple of weeks ago. Just kind of as a reminder, doesn't look like this now. So when you drive by, you'll miss it. It's a big red brick building right now. We've got some pretty good inventive ways to make it look more like Texas Tech. And the president, that was her main goal, that this is going to be a Texas Tech building. And when they walk into that building, they're going to feel like Red Raiders. So this is what it's going to end up looking like eventually. We still got a long way to go on the exterior. This is a building that is occupied, so we're having to work around Parkland, the Lard Bush Institute, plus the students will be coming in there. So got a long ways to go on the outside, but on the interior, we're doing extremely well. We've taken the 7th floor and renovated that. I think in October, we're going to be finished with that area. Putting all new windows in Dallas. When it rained there, it also rained in the building pretty much. So we're trying to fix all that up. Floor coverings are going down. The paint's almost finished. Mechanical's almost done. Ceiling grid's going in. The ceiling's coming up here pretty quick. So it's really turned out to be a really neat facility for HSC Dallas. Great presence there. So a little bit of money there. That's just for an annunciator panel that we're moving. We just wanted to be transparent and show that. Great contractor down there, good design team. It's moved well. So a couple other great moments for the system. Angelo State University, the Meyer Museum, the ribbon cut, that held place on May 21st, 2021. I got the professional photos from that this week. We also have a video of that if you're interested. It's a fascinating facility. I went and toured that at the final. It's beautiful. So did a really nice job there. El Paso Oral Health Clinic. Dr. Lang and I talked about that yesterday. That was a great celebration for that event. That was on June 20th of 2021. A fantastic facility, great event, just really, really good for El Paso. And then the Dustin R. Womble Basketball Center. This followed the May Board of Regent meeting that we had. That's a great facility, still working through a few little things here and there, but it has changed, I guess, the dynamic of basketball at Texas Tech. And so that if you haven't got that facility, I bet I know a guy that can get you in there and let you go see it. So it's really great. And then the Ed Whitaker Center for Athletic Administration. This is in Jones AT&T on the east side, second and third floor. This is Kirby's team of putting them all under one roof and all together. We didn't have a ribbon cut for this, so we thought we'd just kind of show you a little brief 1-minute video of this facility. Different than what it looked like before, just a concrete concourse area.
Yeah, a couple of comments about that, Billy. One is if any of the regents or anyone else would like to go tour that facility, Andrea Tyree will be available today and tomorrow to walk you through that. The other thing I think of significance is this was a critical part to our master plan to do everything we need to do there at Jones Stadium to redo the south end zone. We had to get the administration out of there and into another facility. And really, Mr. Whitaker was key in this. He made a $8 million donation to get this done for something that's not a real prestigious project for it, but it was a critical gift to really unlock the first requirement to get administration out of that south end zone so we can do all the things down there that we want to do, which will lead to other new facilities and locker rooms for the football team. So appreciate Mr. Whitaker's continuing support of the university, and this video doesn't really do justice to what that facility is. So if you get a chance to go over and walk through it, it's a pretty cool place over there.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report, unless there's other questions.
Any other questions for Billy? Thank you, Mr. Breedlove. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Thank you, Regent Womble. Next, the Finance and Investments Committee will meet. Regent Walker serves as chair. Regent Campbell serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Walker, please continue with the Finance Committee and the Investments Committee meeting.
Finance and Investments Committee is called to order. I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on May 13th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Barnes, please begin the presentation of item 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really want to thank the Regents for the time they spent in sifting through all the materials that we've sent out. That was information in some detail level that lead us to the presentation and recommendation for the budget for today. So really want to thank you for your time and commitment. There we go. I want to spend just a minute to just do a recap of the legislative session. When the state comptroller issued his revenue projections in January of '21 is pretty bleak. So we were all preparing for substantial reduction in state funding. And really, because of that revenue projection, then the governor did issue an order for all state agencies to reduce the FY '20 and '21, the two-year appropriation that we were currently in, by 5% of general revenue. The exception was our health-related institutions did not have that same reduction, but we did have a 5% reduction going into the legislative session. For FY '22 and '23, the leadership issued guidelines that we were to reduce our non-formula funding by 5%. So all of our institutions were faced with that same reduction for the two-year period. So both of those were sort of the backdrop as we came into the legislative session. But as you're aware, at the last minute, and many of you were involved with that effort, the legislature added $380 million across the state of Texas to fund enrollment growth. So this included both our academic institutions and both our health-related institutions. In addition to that, our institutions received some specific funding for the select initiatives. You see those there, and we've discussed that: the vet school, cybersecurity, mission-specific formula funding for our health-related institutions, one-time funding for our academic science building, and then our surgical residency program. We're very appreciative of everyone's effort to add additional funding. Again, it did look pretty bleak going into the session. We did come out pretty good in this session. We did receive no appropriation to fund inflation. So again, very appreciative of that. We're still behind the curve, behind the 8 ball on inflation. And as you recall, the legislature funds that enrollment and growth in arrears. So this was for enrollment growth for spring of '21, fall of '20, and then for the summer of '20. But again, all in all, at the last minute, we had a much more rosier outlook financially than what we were anticipating in January. Just a visual to talk about again, the rates. The rates virtually stayed the same. Even though the legislature added $380 million, it really does not move the needle very much. It takes a significant amount of funding to do that. In fact, as you see on the right-hand side, we're down just a little bit. But this did include funding for enrollment, but no funding for inflation, I think, as the slide shows that. Leading up to the preparation of FY '22, I just want to go back to FY '21 and what we were facing. Obviously, we were impacted by COVID, and in March 2020 was part of that time frame that really did affect our institutions. So we were still very uncertain going into the budget cycle for FY '21 what that outlook was going to be. So we budgeted flat or declining enrollments. Very conservative in our approach. We budgeted very conservatively in our hospital clinical revenues. And as you recall, those are the two primary drivers for all the institutions. On the academic side, enrollment; on our health-related institutions is hospital and clinical revenues. Also, in preparation for our '21 budget, we really did reduce, cancel, and postpone a number of activities that you see on that slide. For FY '22, this budget is going to reflect 2 years of enrollment growth. So we're catching up a little bit for FY '22. Really not going to make a comparison to FY '21 because that was not a normal operating period. The great thing about enrollment, while we were very conservative in our enrollment projections, for FY '21, we actually had record enrollment increases at each of our institutions. And we're going to project another record enrollment for FY '22. So we're paying a little bit of catch up for FY '22. We're returning to normal activities. both for academic and health-related institutions, and specifically some of those individual activities that we did cancel, reduce, or postpone during '21. This is just, you've seen this before, comparison of the revenue and expenses. We're recommending a 3.29% increase over FY20. FY21, again, is not a normal year, so we're really not going to use that as a base for comparison. As we look at this a little bit, I just want to, this was a question during some of our conversations, is this a normal growth cycle? And the answer is yes. If you look at this slide just a little bit, you can see enrollment increases from 2017 to 2022, 2.7%, while we're looking at the average growth of the budget at 2.94%. I also included the clinical visits, and this really is related to patient care, number of hospital contacts, number of patient contacts. It's 60% of our health science center budget, so a 2% increase on a 60% budget is pretty substantial as well. A couple of things, and I also want to mention here, we are catching up for the enrollment, for the increased activity, but I want to talk a little bit about a couple of the variances that will lead us into the discussion for FY22. For FY20, you can see we have a little bit of a spike there. That's a really good year for us. We got $10 million one-time funding for the PA building in Midland, restricted to that construction project. This also for FY20 was the first year they funded the vet school operation. As you recall, we had additional funding, but that was feasibility funding. So $4 million for the first year of the vet school operation. We also got $2.5 million for Twitter. So this was a really pretty outstanding year, FY20, and had some one-time unusual things. In FY22, again, most of this increase is due to the catch-up, primarily in enrollment growth in our hospital-related activities and patient-related activities. It also reflects in FY22 the one-time budget money that TTU received for the construction of the academic science building. Again, the hospital clinics are very important. 6% increase is expected for FY22, which is over $10 million for our health-related institutions. Again, by institution, you can see the increases from FY20 to FY22. A couple of things that I want to just note on this slide, just as a reference. If you look at Texas Tech University, 6.04%. That seems like a little bit of an unusual increase, but again, we're making up 2 years of growth, and if you'll recall, last fall, TTU exceeded 40,000 students for the first time. They're expecting 40,500 for this coming fall. So pretty outstanding growth for TTU, unlike some of the other institutions in the state of Texas. I think our presidents at all the institutions have done really a remarkable job, and it is a destination of choice, particularly as you look at the enrollment declines that some of the other institutions have had. But if you take TTU's number and you factor out the one-time $12.5 million that they received for the construction of the academic science building, that's a 4.8% increase. If you look at the enrollment over that same 2-year period, that's a 4.5% increase. So their budget is right in line with the enrollment that they projected. And again, we're talking about a 2-year catch-up. The other thing that looks a little unusual, just as you compare the 2-year period, is Texas Tech Health Sciences Center here in Lubbock, only a 0.22% increase. That is because of the $10 million they received for one-time funding for the PA building in Midland. So that funding has ceased because we've fulfilled that obligation to the legislature for that. So that is a reduction of $10 million to their budget. So those are some of the a little bit nuances from a budget to budget analysis. think this is a great snapshot of the revenue and the expenses for our academic institutions, tuition and fees, and this is consolidated. I want to be sure this is consolidated, so this is all the component institutions and system administration. Tuition and fees for our academic institutions about 40%. Tuition and fees for our health-related is about 6%. So tuition and fee drivers are a little different for the academic institutions versus the health-related. And you can see the hospital revenues there, pretty significant, and gifts, grants, and contracts, pretty significant. And the drivers for that is the hospital relationships that we have in the clinical visits for our faculty at the health-related institutions. On the expenditure side, I want to focus just a little bit on personnel. We've heard some dialogue, discussion today from Billy, from Rita Acosta with regards to employment, and we are really in a very unusual and tough job market. As we've talked a little bit about what this budget includes, it includes some adjustments for our staff positions, very minimal merit increase, minimal market increases, some selected equity adjustments, but quite frankly, I have to give Regent Steinmetz credit for a robust conversation that we had with regards to this very different labor market. We are not being able to attract our entry-level staff, exactly as you have talked about, our groundskeepers, our building maintenance, our food service employees. We're having a really difficult time attracting and getting a qualified workforce. Same thing for other frontline workers, those that have connections with our patients in the hospitals or in our clinics, those that deal with students in administration, in admissions, and registrar's office. So what we have done in consultation with the Chancellor and the Presidents just this week, all the institutions are undertaking a very robust and formal review of our entry-level staff positions. It's a different labor market than what we are accustomed to. We have always factored in our very generous benefits that the state of Texas provides for us. That's not our market anymore. Those folks want to know how much they're going to take home. They're not so worried about what the retirement is in 30 years. So we're going to undertake this study. We've already done some of that. We've already started some initiatives on doing that. We'll complete this study and bring back to you in February the results of that. Obviously, it's going to cost more, but it is an investment in those people, and those are the folks that keeps the wheels on the bus, that supports the faculty, the research, and all the other activities. So thank you, Regent Steinmetz, for encouraging us to do that. Thank you for your comments, Regent Acosta. So I wanted to just give you that. That's an initiative we're going to undertake in the fall. We'll have that completed and bring that back to you in February at the board meeting. So, Mr. Chairman, this completes my presentation, and I would request the approval of the FY22 budget as presented.
Any questions? Okay, is there a motion to approve item 1?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Hawkins, please present item 2.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents grants the President the ability to authorize the sale of alcoholic beverages at the intercollegiate athletic events at Angelo State University. Under the current Regents rules, it requires board approval for any agreement to license the sale of alcoholic beverages in conjunction with an intercollegiate athletic event at a Texas Tech University system facility. And per the current ASU alcohol beverage policy and procedure, possession or consumption of alcohol at a specific university facility may be permitted or restricted at the discretion of the President. A third-party vendor is permitted to serve alcoholic beverages at the university facility, holding all permits required by the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission, and that will be meeting in September to look at all of the permit requests And we see that being about a 30 to 45-day period of time before they approve that type of request. And right now, ASU has entered into a 15-year contract with Chartwell's Food Services beginning in June 1 of 2015. And this agreement includes campus food service operations, concession operations, as well as the sale of alcoholic beverages by their affiliate, University Food Services Incorporated. And this is the recommendation and request we have presented today.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. And I'll point out to the Regents that we approved a similar item for Texas Tech, what was it, a year or two ago? And so, any questions for Mr. Hawkins?
President Hawkins or Eric, and I'm not sure I was here when they did it at Tech, but how is premises liability handled under these types? Is it handled within the contractual relationship, or does it go beyond that?
It's in the contractual relationship, but we also factor in what we have as state immunities and protections against the various claims. And then another thing that was factored in when we were analyzing this from a TTU standpoint is actually the number of incidents of alcohol-related concerns were no more at other institutions that sold alcohol. So interestingly, we don't see a need for, it's not an increase in liability or an increase in concern. It's just business as usual.
General Hawkins, they've served alcohol in the club suite area, and now this is taking it to the general public.
This is the general public.
It's the right thing to do.
I wonder if there's a study, do people drink more if you're winning or losing?
It's both.
General Hawkins.
No one cares.
That's my own personal experience.
I think we've done it both ways.
Yeah, we have.
All right.
General Hawkins, my question to you is, do you personally support this, or are you bringing this sort of against your better judgment?
I personally support it as well.
Okay.
I believe it is something that should be available and recommend we move forward with it. Yes, sir.
Well, I put a lot of faith in your personal sensitivity to the university and what you think is best for the university. I'm just interested in your personal opinion on the matter, because sometimes you bring forth something that maybe you don't personally agree with, but you think is maybe in the best, others in the university feel it's the best interest, and you carry that banner, and so that means a lot to me.
Yes, sir.
Nice thing is you've told the President of the United States no before, so I bet you're capable of.
Well, we'll pass on that one, the story.
Any other questions? Could I get a motion to approve item 2?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Barnes, please present item 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 3 is the request to amend the contract and extend the contract that we have with LP&L from the current agreement that ends May 31st, 2022, to extend that to May 31st, 2023. Part of this is so that we can have access to the deregulated market. Although we expected to have that availability in 2022, LP&L will not have equipment installed to be able to allow us access to the deregulated market. So this just extends that contract by 1 year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions?
Gary, is there any risk that May 31, 2023, the movement into ERCOT and the deregulation would not be complete? And do we need some wiggle room there, or no later than provision, or do you feel comfortable with that date?
No,
I don't want to
actually-
get caught in between and give LP&L another chance to renegotiate something when we might be able to have an option to extend.
Actually, the contract does allow us some wiggle room in there. In fact, it lets us go month to month or up to 12 months even after that. We are dependent on them to get their equipment in place. We've already had a year delay, so we do have flexibility in this new contract going forward.
Thank you.
I think that the question is, do you really want to be part of ERCOT? But it's not for us to answer, I guess. They could end up costing us more and making it less
No,
reliable.
I think it will eventually cost us more, but right now we have a pretty good deal. As long as we can stay on LP&L, we should, but
agree.
I think we ought to expect it to be more expensive in years to come.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
And this is not the place to discuss this, but at some point, an institution our size may even want to look at self-generation.
Okay, any other questions? Could we have a motion to approve that item?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Barnes, please continue with item 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On item number 4, authorizes and designates Midwestern State University as a participant in the Texas Tech University System Revenue Financing System. House Bill 1522, passed by the state legislature, does convey Midwestern as a member of the Texas Tech University System effective September the 1st. This actually then designates by the regions the authority for MSU to participate in the revenue financing system.
Gary, go ahead. So the current, what is Midwestern State's current bond rating, and what is ours, and what is the difference between the pricing based on those ratings?
Yes, sir, Regent Campbell. Midwestern is only rated by Fitch.
Okay.
So just to understand that, there are 3 major rating agencies: Standard & Poor's, Moody's, and Fitch. Texas Tech University System is rated by all 3, but Midwestern is only rated by Fitch. They are at AA minus. We're at AA plus, so that is 2 steps lower than what we are. So by Midwestern being able to take advantage of our higher bond rating, we will want to work with them to refinance their outstanding debt. They have about $124 million in outstanding debt. So just a pro forma first blush, working with that, and again, have to look a little bit at how their debt is structured, on when it's callable and how much is callable, and the specific revenue streams that they have dedicated to support that debt. If we refinanced the callable portion of their debt, we would save them $5.1 million.
Wow.
So it's safe to say that the difference in bond ratings is a significant part of the industrial logic behind bringing Midwestern State into the system long-term.
Absolutely. The bond rating is the driving factor so that we would be able to incorporate them in our revenue financing system. You know, just based on the pro forma that we ask our outside bond financial company, that their total all-in cost of capital would be 2.07% under the Texas Tech University System rating.
That's great.
And to put in perspective, when Angelo State came in several years back, that was one of the major benefits that they received that they would point to right now.
I think there's a lot of benefits, though, from them coming into our system, both for us and them, as far as shared services at the corporate or at the system level, our ability to represent their interest at the state legislature, and you know, I think there's a lot of mutual benefits besides just the financial savings in our bond rating.
Now, to your point, we've already been working with them for months on this, and we have already saved them $36,000, and they're prepared to talk about that. While that doesn't sound like a lot to Midwestern State University, that's a significant savings. That's a person. Just from participating in our program that we use to build our continuing operation plan, they were going to contract with an outside firm to do that. Additionally, we have already worked with them and have included in our programs September the 1st and October the 1st, their new insurances for the automobile insurance and their building insurance, and substantial savings to them already for those 2 programs.
it makes our system stronger. Every time we add someone, we become a stronger system with more legislative pull in Austin.
You know, my mom taught me a long time ago, if you marry just for money, you earn every penny of it. I think there's more to it than this.
Okay, any other
That was out loud.
wise statements or questions? Okay, can we have a motion
There's some wisdom.
on this particular item?
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Barnes, please continue with the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item is just a report on our investment returns for our long-term portfolio. I'd like to recognize Tim Barrett, who is our Chief Investment Officer. Thank you, Tim. As you recall, his operation is located in Austin, so we're pleased to have him today, and he will certainly be here and available to answer any detailed questions you might have. We are continuing with the revisions that the Regents had directed to us in December of 20. We have established a investment research council. Our latest meeting we had was on July 22nd. We had 18 members present at that meeting and had a fairly robust conversation with regards to more detailed analysis of the investment operations. But as you see on the slide, the one-year number as of May 31st, 2021 is 29.02%. The three-year trailing has improved to 7.68 and the five-year at 9.44. I also would just call your attention a little bit to the graph where you see the weighted targets and the actual. Again, we continue to align this portfolio to meet the board directive of a global 60-40 plus 100 basis points. To simplify the portfolio, reduce the complexity, to reduce the number of managers, and we're continuing to do that. That will take some time to do that, just simply based on our current investments under previous guidance, but we're very pleased with the improvement and the returns. If you look at this slide again just a little bit, I want to be sure that we understand this is cumulative from the day of inception, September the 1st, 1996. The red line is the actual performance of our long-term investment fund. You can see for its inception, it has a return of 7.46%. And as of this period, we have surpassed the goal of CPI plus 5%.
Thank you. Questions?
Mr. Barrett, what, just kind of an academic question, not terribly relevant, but what would you guess the current cash yield is on the LTIP? Just a 1.4%. Yeah. Just curious.
It's pretty low, 50 basis points. Most of the bonds, we don't hold much government bonds, but the credit that we do hold runs around 4 to 5%.
All right.
In that range of cash yield, it's just a smaller part of the portfolio.
Right.
Yeah. And we're 60% equity. 40%.
Yeah.
But you're getting 140 on cash?
No.
Just yield.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha.
Other questions? I want to point out that Vice Chair Campbell and I do have pretty frequent meetings with Gary and Tim. We do sit in on the newly formed IRC meeting, which we had, I'd say, about 3 weeks ago. And I want to compliment Tim on doing a good job of, we set out objectives for Tim, and he's more than meeting those objectives and we appreciate the performance. Any other questions, comments? I'd entertain, well, there's no motion here, it was just a presentation. So thank you, Mr. Barnes, for the update, and Mr. Barrett. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Finance and Investments Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Next is the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee meeting. Regent Carrick Davis serves as the chair, and Regent Gordon serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Carrick Davis, please continue the ACS meeting.
The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on May 13th, 2021.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Okay, we'll begin with item number 1. President Hawkins will present item number 1 related to approving appointment with tenure.
Yes, ma'am. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the granting of tenure to the facility member Aziza Achilu, who is a doctor and new associate professor in the David L. Hirschfield Department of Engineering, College of Science and Engineering, effective September 1 of 2021. Dr. Achilu was formerly a tenured associate professor at Mersin University in Turkey from 2012 through 2014. She has been teaching in various universities in the U.S. for the past 7 years. Dr. Achilu has been judged by the appropriate committees and administrative personnel as worthy of academic tenure and appointment as associate professor. The procedures established in the tenure and promotion standards and procedures has been carefully followed.
All right, thank you, President Hawkins. Are there any questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Next, Dr. Skuvenik will present item number 2.
Madam Chair, I will bring before the board the recommendation that Dr. Ron Hendrick be granted tenure, but I want to use this opportunity to introduce him to the board. And on July 1st, he became our new provost. Ron earned his bachelor's and his doctoral degree from Michigan State, but he started in the community college system. And you will find that he has a very deep appreciation for student success and for understanding the different backgrounds that students bring to a university, besides having a stellar record as a administrator and researcher. His first faculty position was at the University of Georgia, where he eventually became the Associate Dean for Academic Affairs. And then he went to Ohio State, where he served in various roles, including Director of the School of Environment and Natural Resources, Senior Associate Dean, and eventually Dean. Since 2016, he has been the Dean of the College of Agricultural and Natural Resources at Michigan State University. He played a very important role in Michigan's standing as one of the great research universities in the world. In his own college, his research expenditures typically exceeded $130 million a year, but he also made strong advances in the areas of student access, success, and diversity. We're very pleased and I'm very honored to present to you Ron Hendrick. And with that, he is going to introduce the next candidate recommendation for tenure.
Welcome to Texas Tech, Dr. Hendrick.
Thank you, appreciate that. The next recommendation is for Dr. Song-Chan Kong, appointed professor and department chair of mechanical engineering in the Edward E. Whitaker Jr. College of Engineering, effective September 1, 2021. Dr. Kong comes to us after having served as a tenured professor of mechanical engineering at Iowa State University.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hendrick. Any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion is approved, and welcome.
Thank you.
So you will present item number 3.
Thanks, appreciate that. Appreciate the positive vote. It was otherwise going to make this next part kind of awkward for me.
Day's not over yet, Henrik.
Our first proposal is to add a Bachelor of Science degree in Psychological Sciences. This complements our existing Bachelor of Arts degree and is in response to student demand to have a Bachelor of Science option and allow them to better prepare for careers or advanced study in STEM fields or the medical fields. There are existing BS degrees at UT Austin, which really is exclusively directing students to health sciences, and one at A&M, which is a little more restrictive. Our students will have more options. We expect about half of our current students in the BA will migrate into the BS, and then additional students since we'll be able to meet demand for that.
Thank you. And I really appreciate the proactiveness you guys show about trying to keep up with what the student population wants, what industry wants, and providing that kind of flexibility to allow them to have these different career paths. I think it's a good
Yes.
thing. So are there any other questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved.
Second? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you very much, Dr. Hendrick. If you would, please present item number 4.
Item number 4 is to approve the delivery in an online format of our existing PhD in higher education in the College of Education. There is increasing demand for and desire for people in higher ed programs to have PhDs as opposed to the more traditional EDD degree. This is in response to that and moving to an online format with still having some on-campus professional development opportunities will allow us to expand the availability of this degree here in Texas and beyond.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions? Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Dr. Hendrick, item number 5, please.
This is another request. This is to approve a hybrid delivery of our existing PhD in educational psychology delivered through the College of Education. This would move a program that is now up to 49% online to 80% online. 20% would be on-campus residential instruction. Like the other proposal, this will allow us to expand this offering to a greater number of people seeking this PhD degree. And our faculty will be offering shorter-term courses that will include short intensive sessions and weekends to meet the 20% on-campus requirement for our PhD students who might otherwise be place-bound for some reason.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments?
Madam Chairman, what criteria, Dr. Hendrick, went into analyzing and creating a hybrid program versus going either completely in class or a high percentage online? What criteria differentiates this program from what we've previously discussed?
I think part of that was just looking at the current students that we have in the program and some of their preferences, and then looking at the market for these programs and the ability to expand, again, an online program outside for students who can't be on campus 100% of the time, but could come on for, short, intense periods or weekends or something like that. So in response to what I believe other universities are doing and some of the demand that we're seeing from students or prospective students. And these, I believe, are sometimes sort of non-traditional students, so not necessarily moving from undergraduate, master's into PhD, but maybe coming back for a PhD as a credential sometime mid-career, for example.
And secondly, we rarely ever get an opportunity to inquire as to a tenured or a new hire's perspective on why they made the decision. Why Texas Tech? Just a few moments.
Sure. Well, this was a great opportunity for me to come work with the president, his leadership team, the deans, the vice provost,
the values espoused by Texas Tech align with mine. I wanted to come someplace where I could be part of building something, moving us from a great institution to a preeminent institution. I thought I see an opportunity for us to be able to do that here. Great community to live in, very friendly colleagues, very supportive. Felt that throughout the process of the search, and certainly in the 6 weeks since I've been here.
Thank you. Welcome.
Any other comments or questions? All right, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Dr. D'Agostino, please present item number 6.
One second. Good morning. Ron, did you want to present this one too? You were on a roll, man. Regent Carrick Davis, thank you. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents authorize the process of establishing a freestanding School of Population and Public Health named the Julia Jones Matthews School of Population and Public Health at Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, and authorizes the submission of this request by my office to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and SAC-COC. So this is an exciting time. This new school will be comprised of the Julia Jones Matthews Department of Public Health, currently residing in the TTU HSC Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences. This will become our 6th school. It will offer the existing Master's of Public Health degree, as well as the related dual degree programs and graduate certificates in public health. So a little bit of history. In 2013, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board approved the MPH degree, which started in 2014 in Lubbock. Subsequently, the program became accredited by the Council on Education for Public Health, or CEF, in 2018. This was actually the first time under the new criteria that a public health program was accredited. Since that time, the program has grown to be nationally recognized. It's actually established its home in Abilene and took the name Julia Jones Matthews Department of Public Health at that time. The new school will be named honoring the Board of Regents approval using the name Julia Jones Matthews, recognizing the long-time support and philanthropic support she has given to the Abilene community, to Hendrick Medical Center, and to TTU HSC. Currently, the Julia Jones Matthews Department of Public Health offers its degrees in a number of ways. So we have face-to-face coursework, both in Abilene and Lubbock, through distance education, which is growing, particularly through the pandemic, through a 15-month accredited accelerated program, and also offers dual degrees with our School of Medicine and TTU's Master of Public Administration program. In the Abilene region, we've also created pathway programs. These are 3+2 programs at Hardin-Simmons University and McMurray University. This year, we'll be starting our dual degree program in the School of Pharmacy, and we've created the infrastructure to do the same with nursing. Our goal is to actually offer this dual degree for all of our schools and all of our students. I think the most exciting opportunity here, though, is what can develop through collaboration with TTU and the new vet school and the agriculture school. TTU HSC and TTU will strategically target the concept of One Health, which is essentially describing the health of people is closely connected to the health of animals and in our shared environment. Or the way I say it, we can't have true health unless the people, the animals, and the planet are healthy. These programs and the strategic growth I just described are actually the reason why we're requesting to open the Julia Jones Matthews School of Population and Public Health. The time is right. We need well-trained, community-based public health practitioners. It is critical in this day and age. And currently, sadly, only about 80% of public health practitioners and workers are actually formally trained in public health. We aim to fix this. In terms of costs and finances, we're in a good place. There was great work that was done by the department, as well as our community engagement team over the last few years. You'll see in your materials that Table 1 and Table 2 outline the positive projected revenues and expenses over the next 5 years, including our endowment earnings. We also have listed there Table 3, which talks about the FTSE and average enrollment growth over that same period. So thank you for your consideration of this request. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments?
Just one quick question. With this funding, so to speak, I'm not using the right terminology, but I'll go ahead, effectively endow the sustainability of this program. We have the building, we have the students, we have the program, but this funding then will perpetuate it.
Yes, and with the increasing growth, the dual degrees, and the desire by many to take this from a distance education perspective, we're anticipating this is conservative growth.
There's a very good demand within the Abilene community.
There is.
And Chairman, if I can add in, the whole genesis of this, if you look at our charge originally to the School of Medicine, but to the Health Sciences Center in general back in 1969, was to produce practitioners who were well-versed to take care of rural communities. Mm-hmm. And one of the most, probably the most important, what I call utilitarian degree, is a Master in Public Health. Mm-hmm. Because that degree helps a practitioner think toward populations of people they're dealing with, not individuals. And so, they just mentioned the fact that you can look at this as a dual degree with nursing, a dual degree with medicine, with pharmacy, and it just trains the thinking of the type of practitioner we're developing differently than other universities.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be Dr. Rice Spearman, presenting item number 7.
If y'all will go ahead and bring the video up. Good morning. Chairman Lewis, on behalf of the students, the staff, the faculty, and the leadership team of the Health Sciences Center, it's my pleasure to bring to you our proposed strategic plan for the next 5 years. This strategic plan represents contributions by our students, faculty, and staff during one of the most challenging times in our university's history. As one team, we gave our best to one another and those we serve as COVID-19 plagued our world. Our efforts specifically during the past year led to a new vision to transform healthcare through innovation and collaboration, setting the direction for our approach for the future. Through bold conversations and transparent, engaging work sessions, we created a living document to guide the work of our great university over the next 5 years. I truly appreciate everyone who contributed their time and input through the strategic planning process. Although we could not meet face-to-face, as we have done in previous years, virtual ideation workshops allowed us to identify strategic priorities for our goals of innovation, collaboration, and telehealth. In reviewing the priorities developed, it was apparent we were aligned on actions to advance RHSC. I believe this reflects that we are moving forward in our continuity of purpose. We established 3 bold strategic goals. The first one is boldly engage all to inspire innovation across our university. We know that we have to develop an infrastructure that supports innovation. Second, create an environment that cultivates internal and external collaborations. We have been working very intentionally this last year to reach out to our external collaborators across Texas and the nation. And third, under a coordinated effort of a university-wide institute, we will establish our university as the leading institution in the advancement of comprehensive telehealth. We were able to come through COVID by increasing our telehealth operations by 120,000%. Yes, that is the number, 120,000% across our 6 campuses. We were poised and were able to pivot within a 2-week period into telehealth. State and federal legislators have supported us in ensuring that those reimbursements are still in place and will continue into the future. We are at a unique position to be able to engage in not only clinical practice there, we will ensure that every one of our students who graduate are prepared for contemporary practice in telehealth. And third, and the most important, is that we want to be the foundation for evidence-based practice of telehealth. Right now, as a nation, we still are not sure what is effective and what is not when we're delivering telehealth, and we are in the prime position to be able to do that. So with that, I am excited to, I know I'm the only thing standing between you and lunch, but I would very much like to encourage your questions and any clarification that I can potentially provide you.
Dr. Rice Spearman, if I may.
Yes.
With do these strategic initiatives in any way compromise or enhance the value structure that exists at your system?
It absolutely enhances it. And in fact, we brought in Guy Lonoregan to participate in our event, as well as the Senior Vice President for Research for Texas Tech, Joseph Heppert, and Kimberly Graham from the Hub. We have every intention and are already collaborating deeply. We've also reached out already to ASU and to Midwestern, and we will also be collaborating with them as well. In fact, our primary question that we are going to be asking our researchers when they bring forward projects, who are your collaborators and how far deep do they reach?
And the value structure that was created or birthed at the Health Sciences Center, it plays a role in every decision that's made on these 3 initiatives?
Absolutely.
Any other comments or questions? Now, I'm excited about the strategic plan, and I get excited about strategic plans, oddly, and values systems. But you all have done so much during this pandemic. You have lived this plan already.
Yes.
And come up with innovative approaches and being collaborative. And I'm excited to see what you've outlined here for the next 5 years, what more you can do, because we're already so impressed. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? All right, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Kirk Davis. With that, we will have our final committee meeting of the day is the Audit Committee. Regent Steinmetz serves as the chair, and Regent Costa serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Steinmetz, please begin the Audit Committee meeting.
Sure. Well, before I do, I just want to thank Dr. Rice Spearman for addressing so many of the issues that were never addressed by your predecessor, putting together a plan that is really exciting to see.
I was thinking we could go the entire morning without that. I knew it was coming.
Ruthless.
Looks really exciting for once. Thank you. The Audit Committee is called to order. I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on May 13th, 2021.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ms. Turner, please present item number 1.
Thank you. And one correction to Dr. Rice Spearman's comment is she was the only thing standing between you and the audit committee.
We're gonna buzz through it, aren't we? We're gonna buzz through it.
All right, item 1 is for us to present the annual audit plan for fiscal year 2022 for your approval. And each year, our standards require that I go over a few things with senior management and the board. The first one of these is the definition of internal auditing. There's a lot of key words in here. Internal auditing is an independent, objective, assurance, and consulting activity to add value and improve operations. We bring a systematic, disciplined approach to evaluate and improve the effectiveness of risk management, governance, control, and governance processes. Our code of ethics, which we follow to the letter: integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, and competency. And then, lastly, leading into the annual plan, our standards require that we formulate our plan on a risk basis. And so we have a robust process that involves all of the universities and system administration, many discussions, inputs, risk management information that they send us that we use to formulate this annual plan. Here's an overview of our resource utilization in terms of hours. We have about 24,000 hours to dedicate to the upcoming year. And for your information, this also includes Midwestern State's 2-person internal audit shop. Their board has approved their annual audit plan, but because the execution of that will mostly take place during the fiscal year that they're under our purview, I went ahead and included their time and projects in this as well. So you see most of our time is spent on risk-based engagements, assurance, management advisory, and then also following up. We have required engagements that are required by various outside entities, statutes, internal policies, etc. We do reserve a healthy amount of hours for any investigations, hotline reports, or special projects that may pop up during the year. And then you see we have other value-added work. And I've segregated this into service to our institutions. So we spend a lot of time on committees at our various institutions, conducting training like fraud prevention training, cash control training, doing data analytics inside our office to lead us to areas that we may need to do some audit work in or communicate. And we have requests for data analytics from some campus departments that we run for them and then provide them the information to use for their operations. We also have service to the profession. I'm so proud. I have a number of staff members that serve on boards, Institute of Internal Auditors, local chapters, Association of Certified Fraud Examiners chapters, Texas Society of CPAs, and committee service for our national organization, Association of College and University Auditors. So we dedicate time to serve in those capacities. And then last you see time spent on our internal Office of Audit Services operations and staff development. This is time to put together this annual audit plan, to go through the risk assessment that I just talked about, to produce our annual report, to perform significant operations regarding quality assurance and improvement, and then also for continuing education hours that all of our staff are required to get whether or not they're certified, and then strategic initiatives as well. Some areas of focus for this upcoming year. I've stratified these into sort of broad categories that you would expect to see covered. Financial resources, we spend a lot of time in this area, as you can imagine. All of our institutions are receiving additional federal stimulus funding in addition to CARES Act money that they received in 2020. We're going to be looking at that, and I'll talk in a minute about the results of the CARES Act audits that we did this last year. We'll do work regarding underutilized endowments. We'll continue to partner with Billy Breedlove's office, Facilities Planning and Construction, to obtain construction project audits from our external audit partners. And then financial statement audits for all of our foundations, Texas Tech University Foundation, Texas Tech Foundation, Inc., Angelo State University Foundation, and the Carr Foundation as well. At TTU, you'll see that our across all of our institutions, you'll see that a lot of our work lines up with the priorities, strategic priorities of the institutions. Here's an example. Vet school business processes, we'll also be looking at business processes in the College of Ag Sciences. CPRIT grants get audited at 3 of our universities, both Health Sciences Centers and Texas Tech University. And then we have a number of other projects. For Health Sciences Center, we'll be doing some Permian Basin campus work. We're doing Amarillo campus work right now. We've just started that audit that was on this year's annual plan, 2021. We'll also be looking at business processes in School of Health Professions, and coordinating board requires that we audit residency grants at both Health Sciences Centers each year. At El Paso, their chief information officer requested that we assist with their business processes in the IT division. We'll be looking at the dental oral health clinic financial processes, and then at Angelo State, state financial aid grants, we did federal and one type of financial aid grant a couple of years ago. Now we're going to extend that to state financial aid. And then at Midwestern State, their SACS reaffirmation is coming up in the next year, and we will obtain a financial statement review from an independent CPA firm to go along with that SACS reaffirmation. A review is lesser in scope than an audit, but it must be conducted by a CPA firm. In the information technology area, you see several. We've got Blackboard application. That is an application that is used across Texas Tech University to deliver a huge amount of content, both inside the classroom and via online or hybrid classes. Health Sciences Center, Dr. Rice Spearman talked about telehealth, and so we're going to be taking a look at the telehealth IT controls. In El Paso, payment card industry data security standard compliance. We're finishing up audits at other institutions right now in PCI, and this one was on last year's plan. We didn't get to start it, so we're carrying it forward, and we'll start that one. In fact, we've already begun that one. And then ASU Salesforce application, we'll be looking at that. And then Midwestern, also PCI DSS compliance. In the operational area, every year Senate Bill 20 requires that we look at contracting and procurement processes at our institutions. And then we'll also be looking at vendor table processes related to Banner. Texas Tech University and both Health Sciences Centers share the same vendor tables. And so controls over those are very important. If one institution does something, it impacts the other two. And these processes will include not just a look at the controls within the Banner system, but also the processes by which vendor information is changed. So we're going to help address the risk that through a phishing scheme or some other fraudulent scheme, vendor banking information or contact information is changed to our detriment. At TTU, we always do work in athletics each year. This year will be no exception. We'll also take a look at institutional reporting processes at both TTU and HSC El Paso. There's a facilities audit that's required periodically by the coordinating board, and there's a peer review piece that the physical plant people do, and then there's a piece that we internal audit shops must do, and we'll build that in as well. At Health Sciences Center, the Clinical Research Institute will be one of our subjects, as well as dedicating a required number of hours to the correctional contract. It's required by that contract. El Paso, their student financial aid program has to undergo 3 years of external reviews because they're new to issuing student financial aid in fiscal 2020. This will be the second of those, and this is performed by a CPA firm. And then at ASU, we'll take a look at the conflict of interest processes at the university. We haven't ever taken a look at those. Also looking at operations in the library and taking a look at research safety. We know that President Hawkins is interested in accelerating research at ASU. And then at Midwestern, they will be looking at their admissions office, their payroll process, and then also their president's office, doing some work just to sort of help with transition to the new interim president and later permanent president. We also do management advisory work. Those other engagements that I talked about are all audits. They fall under the assurance function. Management advisory is where management says to us, we would like your help with X. And we say, oh, we'd love to help you with that. So management advisory, we will be engaged in some of the financial process implementation that's made possible by the JP Morgan Chase contract, where we can automate some processes or improve controls in some existing processes. Dr. D'Agostino has requested some work in the provost office at HSC. Additionally, at HSC El Paso, the first of those JP Morgan process changes is in institutional advancement and how they do depositing. They're no longer going to be mailing bags of checks to Lubbock for deposit. They're going to be depositing those there, and they've already started that process. And then at Midwestern State, their Museum of Art at Midwestern State will be doing some work in there. And then also taking a look at their electronic communications acceptable use processes. That isn't every single project, but it's most of them for the upcoming year. Are there any questions?
I've got a question. It's in the news at the escalating rate that IT systems are hacked into and the greater sophistication of foreign governments in doing that. What are you doing to try to reduce that happening for any of our components?
Each of our universities and system administration has a chief information officer and an IT division, and they are extremely focused on these things that you're talking about. Each university manages its own information technology network. The system administration IT folks manage the shared systems like Banner. We are supplementing work they're doing. They're doing the lion's share of the work. In some cases, we're partnering with them on looking at IT resources out at the institutions, because in addition to the centralized IT divisions at each university, there's a lot of IT work that goes on out in the colleges and schools and departments. So we sometimes are partnering with them. Other times, we're auditing those IT divisions and looking at various aspects of their work. More importantly, though, they do have external reviews by IT security firms and IT-focused firms that are selected through the Texas State Department of Information Resources. They have those reviews, and those go even more in depth in terms of their security postures and the things that they have in place. Does anyone want to add to that? I don't think Kay Rhodes is here or any of our IT folks.
I'll say from an operational standpoint, Regent Walker, it's something that universities think about all the time because they're such rich targets. And so it's, in fact, the focus on preventing hackers is such that sometimes it gets in the way of your operations. You put in mechanisms that are so strong, security measures that are so strong, you start impacting our researchers and other things. So it's a constant balance, but it's constantly on the IT folks' mind because they're target-rich environments.
Any other questions regarding item number 1?
Kim, how did you come up with your areas of focus? I mean, how do you, when you design this template for 2022, are these things that just kind of roll on from previous years from a calendar perspective, or is there other analysis and insight that goes into creating these areas of focus for this year?
Thank you. That's a great question. Some of the audits you see up here are recurring audits. Most of those are required by statute, policy, or an external body such as NCAA. The ones that are not required that we formulate are on a risk basis are based on the institutional risk assessments. There's a lot of there's a lot of inputs that go into that process. I always say it's sausage making. It's not pretty, but we sort of gather information from a lot of places and throw it into the hopper and then really think about how can we have an impact on these things. So the institutions, except for Midwestern, and we're going to work with them on this because they're already very interested, our other institutions have adopted enterprise risk management practices. And through those practices, which are deployed in a little bit different way at each of our 4 universities, they develop what they think their top risks are. And those get transmitted periodically to the Office of Risk Management here at the Texas Tech University system, and we work very closely with Steve Bryant, who runs that office, to gather that information. We also I have interviews with probably 70 people, really pretty much everybody in this room, all the vice chancellors, all the VPs, all the deans, and my staff handle some of these. My directors handle some of the dean interviews. The presidents, the chancellor, we gather information from all these places on what they see as their most prevalent risks. Whether or not they think we can help with them, it helps us to understand the environment that we're operating in. We're also very involved in our industry, higher education, academic-related health institutions, so we keep a close pulse on what are the risks that other institutions are seeing that we also need to be aware of at our institution and potentially cover. And then we also have some data analytics that flow in terms of finances or enrollment or other areas of focus. From all of that comes a plan like this. It's like magic. No, just kidding.
Kim,
Question.
if memory serves me right, you have maybe 18 employees.
Currently, there are 16 auditors in our system. Once September 1st gets here, we're going to add those 2 auditors from Midwestern States. So 18 of us will cover the system.
Yeah. So my question basically is, I mean, obviously, we've got a lot of work to do. So there are numerous things on this list. Man-hour-wise, where do you spend most of your man-hours, so to speak? And then, that aside, then how do you, what percent of your hours are spent on what I would call compliance? In other words, things that are required statutorily by the state of Texas or the NCAA, et cetera. How much latitude you kind of have? And that was, yep.
Yes, I'm going to go backwards to this slide. So required engagements, we are estimating about 1,900 hours this year. And that's about 8% of our total 24,000 hours that you see. Risk-based engagements is where you see the lion's share of our time, so some 60%. Investigations, those hours, if we don't have investigations, I'm going to knock on wood, we haven't had a fraud investigation this year. Although I always say fraud is very cyclical in my experience here. We will go through a period where we will have no fraud investigations, which is where we are right now. And then we'll go through a period where we have 3 or 4 going on at one time. So we know it's cyclical. We know some people are out there doing things they shouldn't be, and we just don't know where they are yet. Most fraud is discovered by TIPS. The Association of Certified Fraud Examiners puts out a report to the nations, to the world, on fraud and abuse every 2 years. And in that report, for the last probably 2 decades, the most common way fraud is discovered is by TIPS. That's why we do fraud prevention training, because there's 18 of us to cover $2.4 billion-ish system. So we need everyone who's processing transactions at the individual transaction level to know what fraud looks like, so they can spot it and call us, talk to their supervisor, et cetera, if they see something odd. So if those hours don't get used on fraud, though, we do deploy those in other ways. We expand some of our audits to cover more ground than we had originally budgeted for, et cetera. And then this other value-added work is important because like the service to institutions line, we serve on a number of committees, and so we're not there just to benefit ourselves and hear information. We're there to help with advising as well. If we hear something in a committee, we may, ask some more questions. There may be a way that we can get engaged in helping implement a system or something like that. Our resource, I think you were really getting at, are we appropriately resourced? And I would say yes.
And you know firsthand that if you need additional IT or whatever, you have to.
Yeah, we have, there's a challenge that Gary Barnes talked about in terms of staffing. We have one open position right now. We had member of our staff leave to go work in one of the colleges at TTU. So that's not a bad thing. That, that person took with her a lot of information and knowledge on internal controls and systems and processes. So that's not a bad thing. We'll post that position pretty soon. Our most difficult hires, as I've kept y'all posted over the last couple of years, are those IT audit positions. But we've had really good luck with growing our own internal auditors internally, and we're able to rehire back an IT auditor that had left. So right now, even if you said, hey, go out and hire 2 more IT auditors, they are very hard to find because those same people are in demand by IT groups and others. And so we're very well resourced to accomplish this plan.
Thank you, Kim. Hearing no other questions, is there a motion to approve item number 1 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Ms. Turner, if you will present item number 2.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So the CARES Act, in March 2020, in response to the pandemic and the resulting national shutdown, Congress passed the CARES Act, Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. Among other things, the act provided for funds to higher education institutions, including health-related institutions. There are several types of funding that our institutions receive. All of them received student funding. This was specifically to give emergency financial aid grants to students for expenses related to the disruption of campus operations as a result of COVID. Institutional funds, this money could be used on institutional costs associated with the significant changes to the delivery of instruction, and it could also be used for additional student-related grants. Minority-serving institutions, which include Texas Tech University, Angeles State, and HSC El Paso, those 3 received MSI funding to defray expenses incurred, including lost revenue, to address needs directly related to COVID-19. And institutions were encouraged to use the maximum possible amount of this money also towards student grants. And then the health sciences centers received provider relief funds, and these were to prepare for, and respond to COVID-19. So these could be used for healthcare-related expenses or for lost revenues attributable to COVID. Our objective with these audits at our institutions was to evaluate compliance with specific sections of the Act. As any federal funding does, this money came with strings attached and limitations on what it could be used for. So specifically, we looked at the eligibility of individuals who received those student emergency financial aid grants, allowability of institutional expenditures of these funds, and the accuracy and timeliness of required reporting that came along with the receipt of these funds. Our conclusions were really positive. We were really pleased with how the institutions did. The guidance regarding how the CARES Act funds could be used was constantly changing in the first probably 2 to 3 months that we received the money. The guidance was coming out frequently on what we could do. Our institutions made a good faith effort, all 4 of them, to comply with the intent of the CARES Act and to make emergency financial aid grants available to students as quickly as possible. This table shows you the amounts awarded by institution and in total. So over $40 million, almost $41 million was awarded across all those types of funds that I talked about. The exceptions we saw, so issues, you'll see bottom right corner, 0.60% of the funds we identified exceptions for, which is a very small percentage. I was very pleased with that. Some of the student at TTU, you see the student TTU number is the biggest one. It still is very small in relation to the total, a lot less than 1%. Those were mostly because of these constantly changing rules and regulations, and everything didn't keep quite caught up with that. The great news is all of these exceptions either have been or will be sort of replaced with transactions that are allowable. So none of the universities should lose any money with regard any use of these funds. And each new stimulus that the feds have issued has extended the deadline for using these funds. So original deadline for each university was 1 year after they certified. There was a document that had to be signed. Each of them had a year, but those funds are still being extended because of the additional federal stimulus monies. And you saw on the 22 plan that you just approved, federal stimulus audits. We're going to do similar work to this at our institutions for those new monies that they're receiving as well. This table doesn't show reporting errors and misclassifications. Those were very immaterial. A lot of times it was flipped between two expense categories or there was a timing difference. They're immaterial. They're not shown in this table. Are there any questions with regard to this audit or any of the ones in your board book? This concludes my presentation.
Hearing none, Kim, I want to thank you for that report and pass along our condolences to your mother. For those of you that don't know, Kim's mother passed away a couple 2.5 weeks ago.
Last Friday.
Last Friday.
Thank you.
She still comes prepared. We appreciate it. I also want to thank Regent Acasas and Regent Gordon for being available and getting on the calls as we prepare for this meeting. So with that, Mr. Chairman, it concludes the meeting of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Steinmetz, and thank you, everyone. The meeting of the Board of Regents of Texas Tech University is now called to order. The board will now convene into executive session as authorized by sections 551, 071 through 074 and 076 of the Texas Government Code. Thank you. The board will now reconvene into open session. Regent Griffin, please present the motions regarding the items discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sure, I've got everything here in front of me. I got it. I have the following motions to be considered by the board coming out of executive session. Motion number 1. I move that the board authorize the honorific naming of outdoor space on Texas Tech University property and delegate to President Skuvanek the authority to announce the naming at the appropriate time.
Board, excuse me, is there a motion?
I can repeat the motion.
Do you want to do all four of them?
I will make, no, I made a motion here.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, yeah. Is there a
I'm
second?
desperately looking for a second.
Sorry. Trying to get straight whether we wanted to do all four together or
I think we
individual.
better do them separate.
Yeah, all right.
We tried that all together deal, it didn't work out too.
Change the rules and everything. Yeah.
Oh, God.
So there's a motion and a second, Mr. Chairman.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Motion number 2, to approve a third-party lease of TTU real property. I move that the board authorize President Skuvanek to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for lease of Texas Tech University real property to Lubbock Independent School District under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, motion number 3. Having determined that revised employment agreements with the presidents of Texas Tech University and Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center at El Paso are in the best interest of the institutions and due to the exemplary performance and confidence the Board of Regents has in their leadership, I move that the Chancellor be authorized to conclude the negotiations and execute revised employment agreements with Dr. Lawrence Skuvanek and Dr. Richard Lang under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
And Mr. Chairman, the final motion to come out of executive session. Having determined that a revised employment agreement with the Chancellor of the Texas Tech University system is in the best interest of the system, and due to the exemplary performance and confidence the Board of Regents has in his leadership, I move that that Chairman Lewis be authorized to offer and execute a revised employment agreement with Dr. Ted Mitchell under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the motions and actions to be taken out, coming out of executive session.
Thank you, Regent Griffin. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess. The meeting of the board will reconvene on Friday, August 6th at 8:30 a.m. As a reminder, for all Regents, group photos will be done at 7:30 a.m. Thank you.